Hello, friends. How you doing? Oh, welcome back. We're finally back to some fucking hakuoki. I've got my mead with me, as is needed. I hope you're all doing well. Hopefully you can hear everything. Chocolate spread sandwich. Ooh, that sounds awesome. I wish I had I don't have snacks. That's the only thing I don't have. I should probably get some snacks sometime, like some goldfish crackers or something. Sounds good? Yay. Cool. So yeah, it's been a while for various reasons. Body hate me, weather hates me, computer hates me, but we made it. Fucking ad break, what the fuck? I'll wait for that. But in the meanwhile, I've gotten to at least tell some people about how much I hate this game off stream. A little bit. So see if anyone is as masochistic as I am. Honestly, I feel like it's been so long that I've fucking forgotten what is even going on at this point. I know we're going after fucking tuberculosis boy. Because we might as well, at least we can say we got through one route in this fucking game, no matter what. Oh. No, we've been through that intro before. So I think we should just basically probably jump back in and see what the fuck is going on. I feel like he's still sick, kind of. But he's got the fucking fury thing. Yeah, the illusion of choice, yes. I mean, that's normal for the entire game, really. That's just like, that's a given no matter what the fuck you do. This game is like, fuck you. Maybe you'll be able to do something that causes an outcome, but probably not. Equipment item's fine, I know, right? Hey, Born, good to see you. How you doing? Yeah, I feel like we learned at least, like, once again, the twin brother character is a fucking asshole and is like comedically villainous. He was continuing to be comedically villainous. Your fucking tuberculosis boy still has tuberculosis, but now he also is a vampire type thing. I don't know. I don't remember where we left off. Fuck! Ow! Fuck! Wolfie! How dare you? Did that even work? I think it did. Damn. Yeah, it should have. But yeah, let's see what the fuck's going on here, shall we? I knew you fucking dare. Of course you do. Of course you do. Alright. Continue. Holy shit, it's almost been a month. Oh, we're just jumping into, okay. Yeah, that's how I feel at the moment, really. Right, I should probably, get myself out of the fucking way, that'd be nice. But yeah, this is where we started out with, just, okay. I guess we went on, I don't even remember what the fuck happened. We went on patrol with him in something or other. Well, we'll see. We're on a mission. Oh, we were on a mission, yeah. We hid in the shadows of back alley. I peered around the corner to see Imperial Army forces, fresh in the Western garb, approaching us. Both Okita and I looked at one another, holding our breaths as we waited for them to pass us. As soon as they were out of our sight, Okita let out a tremendous sigh out of relief. All right, we were just calling him bitch, weren't we? Alright, we're back in Edo instead of Kyoto. Right, because we went to her old house to try to find shit and basically found out a little bit more about the Furies, kind of? I don't remember the exacts. I mean, I guess technically we're criminals to some people, like... That's probably why, yeah. That's a little bit of it. Little bit. No shit. By the time we'd arrived in Edo, we had discovered that the state of the city had completely changed. Numerous Imperial troops were patrolling what seemed to be every street corner, so there was hardly a moment where we could lower our guard. True. Okay. We carefully dodged enemy soldiers as we weaved through the city streets before making our way back to the hiding place. See, all I literally said was okay. That was the entirety of the dialogue in that conversation, just me saying okay, like, twice. When we made our way back to safety, a feeling of relief washed over me. I mean, you talked all 5 years of your lives, and I just said okay twice. And now I'm saying nothing. I guess with the thought of us actually having reduced our lifespans from the constant movement. Alright, we found out that his lifespan is severely, like, fucked every time he uses his abilities. Which is already short enough because he has tuberculosis. Oh, shut the fuck up, little bitch. No. My cheeks felt hot and I realized that I wasn't just used to Okita being so... Or that I just wasn't used to Okita being so encouraging. Yeah, he's usually being an asshole to me. Oh yeah, the ninja's not here. Okay. You're right. What was going on at Edo? How are the Shinsengumi men doing? We were completely in the dark with these things. It's been a while since we've slept on a futon. That's the first full sentence that I've had since I started. As we hustled back to Edo from Kofu, we had a scant amount of time to travel, let alone give ourselves time to stay in an inn, so we usually slept outdoors. Oh right, didn't we like go on a thing? We were on a mission and we get separated from people, then we had to go back on our own. Slowly or something. Wow. What an ass. What do you mean by that? Don't tease me. And that one's accurate. I'm told that I'm a furnace. I'm either like an ice block or a furnace, and there's no in between. ... I wonder if Okita thought of me as nothing more than just a silk kimono and a warming stone, as if that was all I could offer. I mean, how long have you been wearing a kimono? Like, you've been with the Shinsengumi, you've had to like wear like hakama and shit. Like, do the Shinsengumi wear silk kimonos? That doesn't seem right. I'll return to my room. Please just get some sleep, Okita. I stood up and bowed courteously, and just as I stepped from out of the room... okay. I heard Okita's voice shriek behind me, and I rushed back to him. Okita! Oh. Okay. Well. He's being a vampy boy. He dug his nails firmly into the flesh of his bicep as he was consumed with an agonizing pain. This reaction, there was no doubt what it could be. It must be bloodlust. No fucking shit. Usually when he has bloodlust is when he just randomly turns into white hair and red eyes because he ain't in the middle of combat. What the fuck are these options? Alright, like your twin said, like maybe your blood will help or something. Mysterious enemy when transforms at night, Inuyasha. Well, Inuyasha, did Inuyasha actually just transform at night, or I thought it was like... Did he? I know he was like... half. I didn't know like what the timing was. I didn't actually watch that much Inuyasha. New moon, oh. I'm pretty sure I know what the game wants us to do. Like, I've pretty much worked this out based on the fact that it's a fucking vampire kink thing, I think. Like, that's the only reason we have vampires in this. It has to be. Like, they're basically vampires. They need blood, and yeah, you give them, yeah, medicine. He'll be fine with that. He'll love that. I think this is the fucking Capri Sun thing, but I mean, I guess you get to be like, this is the only time you get to say you're a badass because you can just like cut yourself and it'll heal. You become his fucking drug dealer, essentially. Vampire Capri Sun, let's go. If I were to give him some of my blood, then it should soothe the symptoms of his bloodlust. I clasped the handle of my Kodachi on my hip, but for some reason I couldn't bring myself to draw it out. I can't even do the thing I want to do myself. What the fuck? I know I heal quickly. Would it actually be safe for him to drink my blood like this? Kaoru had told us that drinking the water of life could cure Okita's tuberculosis, but in the end it was all a lie. So could the possibility of drinking my blood helping to suppress the serum's symptoms be a lie too? Then was there anything I could do for him? I even second guess my own decision to do something like, see, what the fuck? I get to second guess myself because he's too busy like having bloodlust and shit to tell me not to do it, so I'll roll over and not do it. The fuck? Okita had seemed understandably adamant in his refusal to drink blood. Would it be right of me to make the same proposition to him as he suffered before my eyes? Probably not, but this is the one thing that the story wants you to do, probably, because it's a vampire fantasy. But it makes you feel bad about your kink. I see. This fucking story. This fucking story. I need a drink after that. Also, I need to check something. I realized I hadn't opened something that I need to probably open to, oops. Nope. There we go. Gonna make sure I have something up so I don't lose track of something. There we go. Okay. As he struggled through short, staggered breaths, Okita blurted out a question. What the fuck? Wow. This fucking fuck. This fucking fuck. Bitch! It pained me too much to watch him writhe on the floor helplessly. No, it made me upset that he's pulling this bullshit when he's doing it. But if you drink my blood, fucking drink it, you asshole. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, just fucking do it. Just fucking do it. What? What?
君にみっともない姿なんて見られたくないから。
Bitch. Bitch. I can't do this. And what can't I do? I don't even know what I'm not doing at this point because I feel like I could be doing something and I'm doing nothing and I don't know what I'm not doing at this point. I couldn't just walk out of Nokita who was forced to endure the overwhelming anguish alone. Okay, so we're just like not... Okay. That hesitating, I unsheathed my kodachi. Okay, no, you hesitated like for minutes. Let's not sugarcoat this. We hesitated for fucking minutes having this conversation when we were going to do it in the first place. We blocked ourselves. Because nobody else was around to block us. Okay. I carefully slid the sharp blade across my palm. Blood began to drip from the open wound. As Okita glanced at me with desperate eyes, I held out my blood-drenched hand to him. I'm sorry for second-guessing it. Please drink my blood, Okita. Bitch, do it. See, yeah. Imagine that. This fucking game. That little bitch's red eyes dilated, a glassy haze covering them, and then... Okay. He inched his mouth closer to my palm. I felt a dull pain as the suckle of his warm mouth drew my blood into his full, tender lips. Wow, okay. The bloodlust rendered him ravenous, and as he sucked more forcefully, a pressure shot up the length of my arm in rhythm with his heavy breathing. This is some pretty good enunciation for somebody who's like, He spoke as if he were making an oath to me. Is your name Brie? Because your blood tastes like it. The somber promise made my chest tighten. Or maybe it was because of the blood loss. There were comfortless words which brought me closer to crying. Bitch. It was possible that a time would come when, no matter how much blood I gave him, the pain suffered from his affliction would be unabatable. I had seen so many warriors from the Fury Corps succumb to such a fate. Against my best wishes, I was sure that the curse of the Fury would soon devour his body, eventually reducing both his mind and body into nothingness. However, when it appeared that Okita had finished drinking my blood, he began to mutter softly. Yeah. Well, at least we fucking did the thing we said we were going to do after an agonizing amount of time. What are you apologizing for, Okita? Oh yeah, you may have tuberculosis now. Sorry, cheese. You just like orally raw dogged your blood, like an open wound. It's not like that. Don't worry about my hand. The wound will heal immediately. Yeah, literally. Remember, I am a fucking demon with a healing factor. Oh yeah. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Yeah. From what I can remember, we have the elixir of life in us too. I vaguely remember something like that happening. Don't you? Like, I'm pretty sure we got like jumped and then had it like shoved down our throats. So now we're in the same boat either way. As long as you don't lick your hand afterward. But like, isn't it like it's in the system? But like both of us have like fury shit, don't we? I'm pretty sure that happened. Am I going fucking crazy? Am I hallucinating? I'm pretty sure that happened last time, or like either last time or the time before that. Whether the game, I think it was still in Edo Blossoms. Like, I don't think it was in the last game, so like we just have a mass hallucination like that never actually happened thing, but I'm pretty sure it was in this game. I'm pretty sure it happened.
もしまた血に狂いそうになったら今みたいに手を貸してくれる
That was so fucking... What the fuck is that little pout? That voice. See, I'll give it this. The voice acting in this game is really good. Like, the music is good, the voice acting is good, the art is nice. Fuck this fucking story. Fuck this fucking protagonist dialogue, ... I'm not fucking Squall Lionheart from FF8. Yeah, fair. Like, I'm pretty sure the last time I played this, that's what happened. Like, we got forced to drink the same thing that turned him into the fucking vampire thing, but we're a demon, so who the fuck knows what's gonna happen to us? Apparently nothing so far. It was difficult to respond quickly. I was so astonished by his request. I was astonished by the fact that he just did the cute little missionary thing. But without giving him much more thought, I stared Okita in the eye and told him, I'll be by your side, Okita, no matter what, you fucking bitch. Yeah, by no matter what, I mean literally, because I don't know why I'm still here after the shit you've put me through. The dumbass asshole attitude you've given me. Like, you ran away from me in the last game, but we're just forgetting all that because this is the same game, but it's a different game, so we just get to, like, pretend that we got the good ending in the last one. What year is this game from? Let's see. (2015) Wait, that seems weird. I'm pretty sure I played this earlier than that on the Vita. Akoki game release. Was it? The original one was 2012. Yeah, that's the one I played on like PSP Vita. So yeah, fucking 2012. Yeah, this is an otome game, so shoujo dating sim. I guess I don't know if they call this a dating sim or just a visual novel, because like I know there's like this one where you just have dialogue options and you have to pick the exact right one every single fucking time to get the good ending, or else you're screwed. And then there's ones where like you have stats and stuff. This is not one of the ones where you have stats. This is just a choose an option. So I guess I think the dating sims ones are the ones where you have like stats. Fuck. Okay, I'll wait for the fucking ad break. God damn it. Meanwhile, I'm gonna drink. I'm gonna need it. I didn't drink for the mission finale of Curiosum because I wanted to save my alcohol for this because I knew I was going to need it. Born!
Take that AD jail.
Yeah, get fucked out of jail. You had like 10 seconds left, but thank you. Holy shit. I don't know if you heard anything about the response to the shoujo thing. Let me know if you did, and I'll just start over. Too long. But yeah, like, it's an otome game. I don't know. I consider dating sims the ones that have like stats and stuff, so you have to like bump up your X stat past a certain point to like get the one guy to like you or things like that. You have to like give them gifts. This is not one of those games. This is like a visual novel where you have specific choices they have to make. Yes. So yeah, an otome game. So like female protag dating sim, shoujo dating sim, but like I was saying, I consider dating sims, like the actual like term dating sim, to be like the one where you have stats and you can like bump up your stats and like give gifts and things like that. It's like simulation type shit. This is literally just a visual novel where you like specific choices you make. You have to do every single one exactly right to get the good ending, and everything else is shit. You have to be perfectly perfect with what the guy wants and not what you, the illusion of choice. That's why I hate this game so fucking much. It is very illusion of choice. But yeah. Made a vow to him just as he did to me moments earlier, and together we nodded. Mm-hmm. The following evening, I wrote a letter addressed to Dr. Matsumoto. As soon as he got word of our return to Edo, he visited us in the hiding place immediately. I know, right? Especially back then. Especially, like, they set you up to be a badass. Like, you have some sword training. You're pretending to be a guy in the Shinsen fucking Gumi. Like, you could learn how to sword fight from, like, the people that fucking sword fight. You're also a demon with a healing factor. But no, Uwu, I must be protected by all these strong men. What will I do? Every decision I make is... they say it's a bad idea, so then I just fold over and not do it. Because I have no backbone. And it took me like 10 minutes to cut myself knowing that I heal really quickly, and I've known that I can heal really quickly even before I knew it was a demon. Even the choice I decide to make, I second guess myself on it. If I'm not told by a man that it's a bad idea and then immediately say, yeah, it's a bad idea, I'm not going to do that. Because it's a cool idea. I hate this game so much. Oh, it's the princess. Oh yeah, she is a demon and she has like kunoichi and shit. They're cool. Sen and Kimigiku too. What are the two of you doing here? I'm surprised to see her with Dr. Matsumoto. Yeah, everyone else knew about what I was before I did. All I can say is, oh. Like, I'm worried about me too. I'm worried that I'm not going to survive in this world. Damn, I didn't even keep with friends. Jeez. I'm so sorry. I suck at all this shit. Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, this may be the closest this character is to me, like, being shit at communication. No, it really was, but you're just gonna give me, like, the Japanese... like, stereotypical anime woman thing. Oh yeah, so we just tell him about We just talk about all this stuff in the open now. I wish we could have done this earlier. Back when it was obvious what I was, but no one was telling me shit, and the character was just like, what's going on? I have no idea what is happening at this point, even though the player figured it out 10 steps ago. Oh no, I must keep things going and be oblivious.
で、一体何をしに来たの？まさかまたこの子を鬼の里とやらに連れて行こうとしてるのかな。
Let's rehash the thing that happened a while back. After Okita's interruption, Sen's expression suddenly dropped.
実はね、コードーさんについて分かったことがいくつかあるから伝えに来たの。
Okay. Really? Sen glanced over at Kimigiku, who nodded in agreement to Sen's news.
皆さん方もご存知の通り、コードーさんは徳川幕府の。
Alright, this is the protag's father, Kodo.
もともと彼は徳川家とは縁がある東国の鬼、雪村家の分家筋の生まれなのですが。
So he's a descendant of the Yukimura clan, which means your dad is a demon and just never fucking told you.
その縁を頼られ、落ち水の強い毒を薄める研究をしていたようです。
Why is he making false demons? What? Increase the potency. No, let's go back a few steps. Why the fuck was my dad making fake demons? It's supposed to be a female idealistic fantasy writer, at least with the game. I think so, which is such fucking bullshit. It's literally like become a vampire Capri-Sun and enjoy your weird vampire kink fantasies, I guess, while the protags like treat you like shit for a while and then maybe let you do stuff, maybe. But most of the time they're just like, no, you probably shouldn't do it. Just let me protect you. I'll do all the hard work. You just stand there and say, okay, tee-hee. Fucking bullshit.
そんなことできるの？三男さんが新選組で何年も研究してたのに結局無理だったんだけど。
Oh, Sanan. The guy who may as well have been the doctor and Hatobu boyfriend. But I guess he's like less sociopathic? Maybe slightly? I don't fucking know. I don't know if I want to do his path at all. If I ever... I didn't want to do any paths, but here we are.
いいえ、無理とは言い切れないわ。沖田さん、あなたならよく知ってると思うけど。新選組に持ち込まれたばかりの頃の落ち水は今以上に危険なものだったんでしょう。
Again, why the fuck is it even made? I guess to like have super soldiers or something like that, but it's really like shit. Why are they using it way too much for a thing where people just go crazy and start murdering people in the streets and then die or something? Like they're really... This is some like... I know there was like that secret sort of like human experimentation thing going on during World War II in Japan, where we have all of like the terrible like war crime type shit going on and terrible stuff. Like I guess this is kind of like in that vein of doing dumb shit that they probably shouldn't do that actually doesn't help and makes things worse. But this is so weird. This is literally just we need an excuse to have vampires in our like fucking game, even though they call them demons or like false demons and stuff. We need an excuse to have vampire fantasy. The idea that choices are hard, so they just want pretty boy to make them instead of maybe you're choosing but we somehow need to justify the mantarist actually made the choice that you wanted, so you're not responsible. Maybe, but like even the choice that you make, like, so many of the choices I've made have been instantly apparently the wrong ones because some guy says, no, you should probably not do that. And then the fucking person's like, no, I won't do that. I'll back down. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm just a dumb woman. I'm just gonna... fucking bullshit. And the game continues like you didn't make a choice at all, and you didn't get any good ending with anybody. Yeah, motherfucker.
なんとか使える程度になったってことは、薬の効き目や毒を薄めること自体はできなくはないはずよ。
This doesn't seem like... Yeah, this just seems like a dangerous weapon and not a useful one. But even if my father is the only one who has any of this information, he's still nowhere to be found. Like, the only good thing it's done, kind of, is kept people from dying. But, like, they're still going to die faster. Like, they're still going to, like, they're gonna die. They'll just die fucking faster and probably take innocent people with them if they go crazy. So it was like, die then, or die a bit in the future, maybe having killed some bad guys, or like to us, but also probably fucking murdering your friends or murdering innocent people. So, and you're no longer human, you go fucking crazy in your head. I don't know what the good part of this is, like, I guess tuberculosis boy, he's not even cured. He's not cured of tuberculosis. It's just kind of like being held back by the fact that he needs blood now, and he goes into, like, bloodlust rages. And he's still getting closer to death faster every time. There's not enough pros for the cons that you get out of this. Sun's face suddenly beamed with a bright grin. It took until this part of the game to, like, I've been looking for my dad since the beginning of this game, and we finally figured out where he is, maybe? Spendable leadership doesn't care, dead warriors want to get... Yeah, even though, like, this game has tried to show time and time again that the leaders actually give a fuck. Like, they try to say that the leaders give a fuck. So, that is it and it isn't it, I guess. I guess the Tokugawa shogunate and, like, the imperial people are the ones that don't give a shit fully. Are you serious? I know, right? That's why I need to drink while playing this game. So where's my father? You mean probably the first place we should have looked? Or, like, maybe you would have known about, because you know all about the fucking clans and shit? My birthplace? No fucking shit. Yeah, that's some, I added great shit to this dialogue here. Uh-huh. You probably should have, like, you could have let me know this, like, before. You could have told me about myself. You know a lot about me. I could have gotten this map, like, last time we talked. But no, I can't thank you enough, Sen. If it didn't surprise you, then why didn't you just fucking talk to me about this shit? I mean, yeah. Because apparently it's not helping much, so might as well just, like, let him die a person. Fuck. ... Did my father actually work continuing his research on the water of life, even after having been detached from the Shinsengumi? Perhaps he was able to find the breakthrough that had eluded Sanan for so long. I pondered the possibility of finding a cure that could reverse the effects of the serum permanently. I found myself compelled to glance at Okita, who surely had his own thoughts on the matter. Dick. No shit. Okita turned his head inquisitively. Me saying yes. What does the protag say? Yes, I am dead inside, thank you. I want to see my father. And beyond finding him, if there was any chance of us finding the antidote for the water of life, then I wanted to give Okita the chance to reclaim his humanity. But if this was to be my quest, then I may need to be separated from Okita. Sen's tone was rather suggestive, as if she had more to say, and she looked at Dr. Matsumoto. How fucked are we? The doctor pinched his fingers on the bridge of his nose between his brows, stroking in deep thought. It looked as if something troubled him. No shit! What was wrong? What could the doctor want to say? I braced myself for the worst-case scenario, breathing in deeply as I waited for him to speak. After a tense moment, Dr. Matsumoto turned his gaze towards Okita, sighing heavily. Oh. Okay. Yep, here we go. Okita's face turned pale almost instantly. His lips began to quiver uncontrollably. Okita's eyes grew wide. Okita shouted frantically at the doctor, and his anger turned into a frenzy. Okita, please calm down! I tried to grab him from behind as he began thrashing about. What the fuck? I don't know the details. I assume this is what actually happened in history, since the Shinsengumi actually existed. Like, these are people that actually existed as far as I can tell. How could Kondo surrender everything to the Imperial Army? Could it really have happened? Why? So, what does this mean for the Shinsengumi? If Kondo surrendered, does it mean... Hijikata is... I could only hope for the best. I knew that Hijikata held Kondo in the highest regard. However, I could see him surrendering if it meant keeping Kondo safe while in enemy clutches. Or at least, this is what I would have expected from Hijikata. Okay. Okita's veins were popping from his forehead. Sen is like... Sen's one of the only reasonable characters in this game. Wow. Bitch! I admonished that bitch for taking his frustrations out on Sen, who'd only wanted to help, but he acted as if we were in any position to act hastily, and he directed his next question to Dr. Matsumoto. Oh my god. I can take a few guesses. They're all the same guess.
たとえ敵がどれだけいても、この刀で片っ端から切り殺してみせます。
新選組大使が近藤さんを助けに来るだろうってのは、
Yeah, no shit.
もう想定してるはずだ。その中に羅刹が紛れてるかもしれないだろう。
Yeah, like that's not a secret from them. They kind of started all this.
以前銀の銃弾で撃たれたことを忘れたのかね。
Oh yeah, fuck, he got a silver bullet and was just like fucked up. Okita's head dropped low and he became despondent. His cheeks turned pale and the realization began to sink more deeply, and his shoulders trembled. Hey Sagar, how you doing? Kondo is... Dr. Matsumoto sighed deeply. How you doing? Are they? I mean, it wouldn't be the first time. Edo's burned down so many fucking times in history. Yada! Kondo had given his life, everything for years to both the shogunate and the supreme commander. And after all that he had sacrificed, they were intent on abandoning him towards the very end? That bitch stood still, simmering in his angry mood. He turned his back from us and he tried leaving the room without saying a word. Dr. Matsumoto tailed right behind him, grabbing a hold of his shoulder to stop him from going further. Duh. Here we go. Yeah, listen to Minched. Or Minched. Minch. What the fuck? How do you MINSC from like D&D/Baldur's Gate 3? The guy with the hamster. Minced? Minsk. Something like that. Dr. Matsumoto paused as if we were searching for a precise combination of words to avoid offending Okita. Oh yeah, that's intentional. I am a banshee? It's not voice mod, it's just an echo on my mixer. Yeah, I'm just being a ghost. Yeah. Like, we know it's not. Fuck you. That bitch was cut short just as he was raising his voice. Yeah, here we go. Bitch! Yeah, it's true. I mean, you're not wrong. Oh, we're back to the okay, ... I began tending to Okita's bed just as the doctor had instructed. Yeah, every time you show up, it seems to be ill-timed. That's how it tends to go in visual novels. So don't worry about it. I think I'm already a little too tipsy for that one. My brain is not in a nya mood at the moment. That's pretty much it. It'd be very, I know it'd be probably funny. It'd probably be funny to like do the full fucking spiel, like rant and nyas, but I don't know if I could physically do it without just being like, what the fuck am I doing? Gaming again, not just role-playing, been a while. Yeah. I know, there's not much time in the week, really. I've got a lot of role plays going on. But I also, the past few times, playing a game and using the VTuber thing has been difficult. Like, one thing or another is fucked up. By now, Okita had lost consciousness and he was drenched in sweat. Ever since drinking the water of life, Okita's tuberculosis symptoms had subsided a bit. But between the journey to Kofu and his battle with Kaoru, his body had regressed from all the excess stress, even more than I'd anticipated.
あなたこれからどうするの？すぐに陸奥へ向かうつもりなら手助けしてあげられるけど。
Yeah, like probably. But I'm probably not going to because I'm going to stick by my tuberculosis boy. Work yourself to the bone. Yeah, that's how it tends to go. It doesn't help that there aren't many games that I can actually play. If you did Uwu speak, but only for the protagonist's spoken dialogue, how bad would it reasonably get? I mean, it seems like a cop-out, especially in this fucking game where it's very minimal responses. Because I'm too busy calling them, I'm too busy calling my tuberculosis boy a little bitch. Also, ... You just add nya to the end of ... a lot. I truly appreciate Sen's offer, but...
それとも今は沖田さんのそばにいたい？
Yep, here we go. I nodded.
そうよね。さっきの様子を見たら放っておくなんてできないわよね。
I mean, he's done that a lot. Like, a lot. Like, he has tuberculosis. He does that, like, every day. I'm so sorry. You came all this way to deliver the information about my father, too.
謝る必要なんてないわよ。ただくれぐれも気をつけてね。
I came all this way to tell you about the cool thing that you could maybe do, but, you know, your boy's all fucked up, so you're not allowed to do anything cool like find your father. Even though he'll probably go off and try to save Kondo by himself or some shit.
松本先生の言葉通り、新政府軍は近藤さんを厳重に監視してるみたいだから。
さて、それじゃあ我々はそろそろ失礼させてもらうよ。
All this bad stuff's happening. They're all just smiling. It's fine. Okay. Thank you so much for today.
礼には及ばんさ。だが、沖田君を近藤さんのもとに行かせてはならん。
He's gonna do it anyway. I feel like I could call that.
彼は自分の命など
No
どうでもいい
shit.
と言っていたが、近藤さんだって沖田君の命と引き換えに生き延びたいなんて。
I mean, yeah, so do pretty much everybody. I think everyone knows that. ... Oh my god. 1 second, I need to do something, I think. Let's do... I'm gonna do a little bit of this. Recalibrating. I think that's a little bit better. I feel like, my lip sync was doing the off thing, so I had to recalibrate it.
それでは失礼いたします。また何かあればお知らせしますので。
Okay, bye. I feel like that's just the answer. Okay, bye. I bowed deeply as I watched Dr. Matsumoto, Sen, and Kimigiku file out of the room. A few days passed since their visit, and I had spent most of the time tending to Okita's critical condition. True. The thought of Kondo in captivity made me shiver with anxiety, so I was a bit distracted, but Okita promised me that he would put all his focus into recuperating before leaving in the hiding place. That's what I do. That's what I'll do as a side thing. Bitch, are you still awake? I'm coming in. I called his name through the sliding door, and as I softly opened it, I found Okita standing tall. Hey, what do you think you're doing, Okita? Why are you out of bed? What are you going to do if you start coughing again?
大げさだな。あそこにある刀を取ろうと思っただけだよ。
Wow. You're the one who's having bitch fits. Sword? Don't tell me you plan on leaving to find Kondo, especially in your condition, bitch.
君って早とちりだよね。僕だって無駄死に。
I mean, you have a precedent of doing dumb shit. Oops. Fuck. What? There we go. Trying to adjust myself.
近藤さんの仇を取るのは体調がもう少しマシになってからに決まってる。
Well, excuse me for having a list of examples of you doing dumb shit. Yeah. Felt a slight sense of relief and shame.
あそこにある刀が取ってくれる。
Sure, this one? This is not gonna go well. I grabbed the sword atop the rack sitting across from Okita's futon and I hurled it to him with both my hands. Yeah, exactly. I felt a significant weight in the sword, which looked rather unfamiliar to me as I handed it to Okita.
ありがとう。
That little bitch took the sword from me and his eyes thinned as his gaze ran up and down the length of the sword. That sword, it looks different than the one you normally use. He said nothing as if he didn't hear me.
ゆうべね、近藤さんの夢を見たんだ。
Yes, I know you have dreams about Kondo. I mean, Kondo? He let out a melancholy chuckle before beginning to detail his dream. This must have been 3 years ago. When the shogunate ordered us to do the second Choshu expedition, Kondo stopped by my room.
ソジ、お前も聞いてると思うが、俺は幕命で今度長州の視察に行くことになったんだ。
その話は聞いてますけど、別に近藤さんが行く必要なんてないんじゃないですか？そういうのが得意な人は他にたくさんいるでしょう。
そういうわけにはいかんさ。これは幕府直々の命令だからな。
Blah, 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 duty, blah, 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 higher ups.
じゃあ僕も一緒に行きます。
Blah, 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 my boyfriend. Let me be your boyfriend.
長州なんかに行ったらいつ暗殺されるかわからないじゃないですか。
Let me die for you. Kondo's expression held firm, and it was far more stern than usual.
ダメだ。同行は許さん。
No, you're too important. Ah, our love is forbidden, doomed yaoi.
どうしてです？近藤さんを守るのは僕の役目でしょ。
Doomed yaoi, doomed yaoi. But even if I wanted him to, Kondo had no interest in answering my question. He just glanced over to his side, grabbed the sword on the rack next to him, and he handed it to me.
これは
山城の神、藤原国清だ。
That's a name. I have no idea what this translates to in the UI because the UI is shit and they didn't change anything from the Vita. Or like the PSP. I have no idea what this translates to read descriptions. Maybe if I click on it? I don't think so, but the UI isn't strong enough.
お前、ずっと菊門の刀を欲しがっていただろ。
Something I don't know. Down arrow or S? Oh. Okay. Look, Chrysanthemum Emperor Gotoba created the sword. Also points to swords that were approved to get a chrysanthemum logo. Okay, so it's like a symbol of power. Will it let me go back is the question. Because A is not the right thing for that. It's just back button. Or like it's delete. Actually.
山城の神藤原国清だ。山城の神藤原国清だ。
Will it let?
山城の神藤原国清だ。
Does where's the what's the rewind? Because it's not X. Oh, okay. Maybe? Okay, so it actually lets me.
山城の神藤原国清だ。
A sword tempered by smiths of the highest order that was gifted to Soji Okami Samikondo is the work of a second generation Kunikyo swordsmith. Okay. Okay, so this is actual, like, historical shit.
お前ずっと菊門の刀を欲しがっていただろ。
I remember absentmindedly mentioning something about it to Kondo a while before, but... fuck.
どうしていきなりこれを
And then Kondo looked me dead in the eye, and I've never seen him more serious than in that moment.
天然理心流五代目宗主にふさわしい刀だと。
Master of the style and Hijikata Okita and Inoue were among his students. Oh. Yeah, Inoue was the one that got fucking murked. Because he decided to take a bunch of people away from the Shinsengumi when he found out about the Furies. Which was probably a good idea. But then they fought and he got murdered. Doomed Yowie. Ara, ara. My stomach dropped, like all the blood in my body just seeped from my feet. I mean, for me to succeed as the teacher of the Tennen Rishin style must mean...
受け取れません。お返しします。
おい、宗司。
This can't be Doomed Yowie!
僕が5代目を継ぐとしたら、もっとずっと先のことです。
I'm saying I don't want you to die. You're too young. And beautiful.
近藤さんが秀才先生の後を継いだ時みたいに。
Third generation master. Okay.
近藤さんがおじいさんになってどうしても木刀を震えなくなったその時だけですよ。
Kondo stared at me like I was a young child, which made it difficult to feel like my words had any weight, but eventually...
そう言ってくれるのはありがたいが。今はいつ何時毎日のことがあるかわからん時代なんだ。
Doomed Yowie!
俺は百姓の生まれだが、武士となった今、いつでも将軍公のためこの命を捨てる覚悟をしている。だが、もし天然理心流の名が俺の代で絶えてしまうことになったら、死んでも死にきれんよ。
Even Soji's got the ... when he's the narrator. I just kept looking down, but I felt Kondo wrap his warm hand around my shoulder. Doomed Yowie!
頼んだぞ、宗司。
That fucking voice! That you can't tell me that wasn't Doomed Yowie. Okita is so fucking bi. Like, he's either fully gay, and we're pulling him away from this yaoi storyline that he's obviously in, because that's our fantasy in this game, or like he's super bi, but leans Kondo sexual. Yes, battle brothers, quote unquote. You cannot see me doing the air quotes right now. Yowie! Hey, Jenner, how you doing? He placed the sword into my hands.
ひどい人だよね、近藤さんって
Condosexual. No, right? Yay, I'm glad.
近藤さんの後を継ぐことなんてでき
I'm nothing and he is everything. Okita is the pearl. The Steven Universe pearl of this game, and Kondo is rose quartz.
僕はまだ教えてもらってないことがたくさんあるのに
Bitch.
この刀を近藤さんの形見になんてさせない。させてたまるもんか。
Okita held the sword tenderly for a long while. I could tell that its symbolism meant more to Okita than any one of us could possibly imagine. No, we could imagine it! We were just imagining things that we probably shouldn't be imagining according to the game, but we totally are, because... Yeah.
これありがとう。刀掛けに戻しておいで。
I grabbed the blade from Okita and I placed it atop a majestic rack. Majestic rack. From behind the sliding door, I could hear the faint chirp of cicadas who wandered into the house. As we listened to their cries in silence, Okita grabbed a hold of my hand, speaking up.
ねえ、君は僕が近藤さんのところに行くの反対？
Okay, let's... Oh, here we go. Yeah. Whatever you do, do not let Okita seek Kondo. This was a strict order from Dr. Matsumoto. What should I tell him? What? Huh. My God. I know, right? I mean... He's gonna get mad at us if we say, I don't want you to go, and then we're just fucked. It's what he does when when we put in any of our actual feelings into shit. We don't want him to die. But it's true that we're a wet napkin, and he would just stomp on us, so we can't stop him. Yeah, right. I can't stop you, even though, these numerous years that I could have spent practicing with the Shinsengumi might have helped me against a guy with a severe case of tuberculosis. But... because I know how much your Dun Biaoi means to you, Okita. Okita sighed in relief and he flashed a confident smirk. Okay, I guess that was the right choice.
君ならそう言ってくれると思った。
Really?
ねえ、こっちにおいで。
Hey! Mirror! Huh?
おいで。
Mirror! He made his request more firmly, and I walked slowly to his futon as he asked. Then he grabbed my wrist and drew me closer to his chest. Oh! Thanks for believing my doomed yaoi. Here, have some bait. Here, have some straight bait. This wasn't the first time that Okita had embraced me tightly, but no matter how many times he touched me, I couldn't have imagined ever tiring of this sensation. The doomed yaoi boy. I know, right? Throuble, throuble, throuble. Ingolf's warmth and scent enraptured me, more than enough to make my heart pound. But more than that, Yowie! It was a comfort from being close to him, feeling certain that this was where I belonged, that I loved most. I love being a Fujoshi.
僕のこと心配なんだよね。
I'm worried about my OTP. I mean, of course. Let my body sink deeper against his, and I bit into my lips nervously. I thought about Okita's fragile health and how brave he was to re-enter the fray in his condition. My one true inclination would have been for him to stay, and I held him more tightly as the possibility of losing him came to mind. But even so, it wasn't as if I could understand just how much Kondo had meant to him.
僕最初に会った時から君にひどいことばかりしてきたと思うんだけど、それでも離れていかないのはどうして？
Because doomed Yowie! I don't really understand why either. I mean, yeah, that. Oh.
同情？それとも僕に落ち水を飲ませたのが君の兄さんだったから？
I mean, there's that too, but like I tried. It's not my fault that you're like a stubborn, petty bitch. I mean, it's neither of those things, no.
どうして？
How could I, as a woman, ever understand that level of bromance? I could never. Yeah. My heart yearned to tell the truth, to share with him my most intimate of secrets. But for now, it felt best to let Okita focus on saving Kondo. Let's get the doomed Yaoi out of the way. He needs to die so that Throuble becomes a couple. I'll be the rebound chick. Rebound beard, rebound beard. He needed all the help he could get to keep his emotions in check. I can't explain it either. It's just difficult to take my eyes off of you. Oh. And he's gonna have like a really dumbass response to it to make us feel bad. Okay. Felt as though my answer may not have been what he'd hoped to hear, given his curt answer. Okita sighed deeply, as if he were too distraught to give me more. What about you, Okita? Why do you continue to let me stay by your side? He flared his nostrils, sneering as he usually did. Because you believe in my doomed Yaoi.
君が答えてくれないから僕も答えてあげない。
Bitch! I suppose it was his way of getting back at me, and I chose to savor the time I had in his arms. And it's done. After a few days had passed, we'd received an unexpected visitor in the evening. Yeah, no straight answers here. Ew.
よう、しばらくぶりだな。
Ichikata, holy shit. Fucking Okita's gonna kick your ass, just so you know. He thinks you betrayed Kondo again, you know, like he does. Ichikata! You're safe. He hates you as usual. He's resting for now, but would you like me to wake him so he can yell at you? No shit! What do you mean, what do you? He literally yelled about Kondo running away and leaving Kondo to die. You can't... Why are we an Alzheimer's patient? We know the reasoning here. They've been at each other's throats before. That's a weird way of putting that shit's fucked. Okay. This translation is ridiculous.
この先どうするつもりだ。新政府の奴らは俺たちを恨んでる。これ以上関わり続けるとどんな目に遭わされるかわからねえぜ。
Hijikata worried about his former page. I mean, oh, okay. So one of our answers is ... What the fuck? Excuse? What? Why is this a thing that this game is making me choose between? What? This is a, yeah. It's just nya. Fucking I could just go nya. Fucking shit. I'm going to actually, say something, I guess. Maybe, even though it'll be like, eh. I'm gonna remain by Tuberculosis Boy's side as he goes after his doomed Yowie because he hates you. Because he thinks you doomed his doomed Yowie. As wouldn't feel right leaving Okita in his current state. And also, he'll probably need someone to hold him back to murder you. Damn. I mean, it's true, but damn. Yeah.
それじゃあ俺はもう行く。掃除のやつによろしくな。
Actually, no, I probably won't do that because he wants to kick your ass, Hijikata. We literally had this talk. Get fucked, Spambot. Wait, let me walk you out. I wish to follow Hijikata, who had already turned around to head for the door. Can I ask you something? Besides that question? Is it true that the Imperial Army captured Kondo? Hijikata's eyes thinned and he was reluctant to speak. So it's true. What happened? Buy some time. See, located northeast of Edo, who grew prosperous through the use of travel channels along Edo River and its major canals. It is also known for its mirin, a sweet cooking wine. You've used an alias to know and suspect his true identity, but... Yeah. It took a lot for Hijikata to tell me all of this. No, it didn't. We've been near him enough that he should at least be able to handle telling us shit. In the tone of his voice, he seemed resigned that there was a slim chance of Kondo returning safely. If my answer to him is yeah, that's totally it, and nothing else, that's the only actual response that it should be. If I say anything other than that, it'd be like, no. They like, what game have I been playing? Like, I've learned nothing about this man that I apparently love. I have not been listening to him at all. Okay, so well, no, I'll just say, I'll speak with Okita. Okay, no, I'll change him. I'll make sure he doesn't kill you, maybe. And then he'll be like, but I need to kill him. And I'll be like, okay, if that's what you really need. I can fix him with my blood. Wow. Leave him in the dark. But why?
渡り先がなくなっちまったら、あいつ本当に生きる気力をなくしちまうだろう。
I mean, no, he wants to go out and save him either way. You severely underestimate this doomed yaoi. Kedo. I wasn't content with Ichigata's answer, duh. But he merely sighed again. He turned his gaze towards the dim sky.
この場であいつにぶった切られて、何もかも終わりにしちまえるんなら楽なんだがな。
I mean, yeah. Welcome to fucking Hakuoki. Between Kondo's surrender and the possibility of Okita losing the will to live, it seemed Hijikata was shouldering the weight of that burden, which was draining him as well. After a moment of silence, Hijikata gritted his teeth, stopping himself from expressing his thoughts.
俺たちはこれから北へ向かう。死ぬんじゃねえぞ、雪村。
Hijikata nodded, and without another word, he walked away from our abode. Once he'd walked far enough that I couldn't see the small of his back, I returned inside. As I made my way back to the entrance, I noticed someone standing in the hall waiting for me.
今外で人と話してたでしょ。誰が来てた？
Do we fold like a crepe, or do we... Or do we just, like, purposefully leave out information from him and just let him fucking be ignorant? Because that sounds fucking terrible either way. Both is terrible.
当ててあげようか。
See, you don't even need to. He's just... Everyone's faster than we are. Yeah.
やっぱりそうだったんだ。あの人、何しに来たの？近藤さんを見捨てた言い訳でもしに来たのかな。
No, Hijikata.
どうしてあんな人の肩を持つのさ。事情があったにせよ。近藤さんを助けずに自分だけ逃げたのは変わらないじゃない。近藤さんは今も土方さんが助けに来てくれるって信じてるはずなのに。
Tuberculosis, tuberculosis. That bitch dropped to his knees, coughing violently enough that I was afraid his lungs would burst out of his chest. Bitch! Please don't lose sight of yourself. Be strong. I sat helplessly beside him, and when words weren't enough, I hugged his body tightly. April 1868. The month of April breezed by, bringing and taking with it the gentle winds of spring. Okita's condition stabilized, and he was strong enough to use the sword. We decided to leave the city of Edo in the dead of night, avoiding the watchful gaze of the Imperial Army. Just as we approached the outskirts of Edo... Okita sensed something was off, and he stopped dead in his tracks.
僕の後ろに。
Okay. I sauntered slowly behind his back just as he commanded me. The outline of two shadows became slightly visible, and they began to walk towards us eerily. It was... God damn it. This asshole.
風間千景。
Yep. This fucker.
新選組の連中はすでに会津へ向かっていると聞いていたが、奴らに見捨てられたか。
You're very quiet.
さあ、どうだろうね。そこどいてくれる？今はあんたたちの相手をしてる暇なんてないんだ。
Okita tried to budge his way between the two demons.
新 政府軍に囚われの身となっている新選組局長を救出しに行くつもりですか。
Hand-to-hand combat. Yep. He's not the one with the gun. Magiri's question only irritated Okita.
だとしたらもし邪魔するって言うんならあんたたちも殺すよ。
今から言ったところで無駄だ。近藤勇は今日の夕刻斬首に処せられた。
Do you really? Humiliating. That was the only thing that we get out of this, is that in Japanese culture it's humiliating. It's inhonorable, I suppose. Dishonorable. Okita froze in place. I couldn't believe it. Kondo, our beloved friend and leader, was executed.
こんなくだらぬ嘘をついてどうする。かの者の首は今日に持ち去られ、三条河原にさらされる手はずとな。
Damn.
嘘だ。信じるもんか。近藤さんが死んだなんて。
Oh, here we go. Next moment, Okita's hair turned white. He wore a demon-like expression, seething with hatred, and he drew his sword. Bitch! My words, however, fell on deaf ears. Okita lunged his blade angrily towards Kazuma. Kazuma kept his composure as he dodged effortlessly from the path of Okita's attack. Okita, however, wasn't phased, flailing his blade madly in the direction of Kazuma. Okita, bitch, you can't! I tried to rush closer to him when Amagiri stopped me by yanking on my shoulders.
それ以上近づかぬ方がいい。巻き込まれて怪我をしないとも。
Once again, stopped from doing anything by another guy. Let go of me! I can't just let Okita... Okita and Kazuma were locked in a battle to the death.
以前池田屋で相まみえた時は人間にしてはまあまあの腕だと思っていたのだ。
Right, this was back in the first game. Even though I can't even call it the first game. It's the first half of the same game. They turned one game into two games, but not really.
落ちぶれたものだ。冷静さを欠いた者が勝利するなどありえん。
黙れ。
Okita was struggling to catch his breath as he continued to thrash wildly, hoping to land a hit on Kazuma. Unfortunately, Okita's skill proved insufficient. It was clear as Kazuma had boasted that Okita's condition slowed his technique, giving Kazuma a very clear advantage. Normally there wasn't a noticeable difference in the skill level, but just then... Okita's sword smacked out of his hand and it clanged to the ground.
落ち水をまがい物の鬼となり果てて手に入れた力、その程度か。
What an asshole.
まがい物を始末するのも鬼の役目。己の浅はかさ。
What an asshole. Kazuma sneered with palpable contempt as he looked down at Okita. He lifted his sword high into the air, ready to cleave into Okita and tear him asunder. No! I swat Amihiri's arms with all my strength. I desperately ran towards Okita, using every bit of energy that my legs could muster. However, something happened that I never expected. I couldn't tell if it was divine intervention, perhaps an inner force manifesting inside of me that was provoked under the weight of all the stress. But I felt a power emanating from within, and then... And she used my sword in a lunge to block the path of Kazuma's sword as it nearly landed on Okita. Okita couldn't believe what he was seeing. To be quite honest, neither could I, and he stared in awe. Kazuma too was vexed, and his surprise became agitation as he realized I thwarted him. I mean, because we're probably about to get into bloodlust because we also got dosed with the fucking Fury shit. I mean, huh? I had no idea what he could have meant by that, leaving me no response. Yeah, I have no idea what happened. Despite literally everything that's happened in the past several years. Yeah. Like, we should know, we should have an idea of what the fuck is happening. The protag is a fucking doormat until, like, now, and is otherwise oblivious to everything that they shouldn't be oblivious about. This is the first time we've actually done anything that could be considered slightly badass. Was the water of light... What? This is your immediate response? The water of life was for demons and not for anybody else? Yeah. I gasped. I hadn't noticed a difference, but did that mean I looked like a Fury just now? Eventually, Kazuma sheathed his sword and he scoffed. It wasn't my fucking fault, but I'll take it. Oh no! The incel is telling me that he wants nothing to do with me. Oh, don't say that. I'm ruined. Oh, how will I survive? Oh no. Wait, stop. Don't go. So in the other words, that meant that Kazuma was no longer obsessed with me? Thank fuck. Meaning other demons would cease to pursue me? Thank fuck.
新政府軍は幕府軍の残党を見逃すつもりはありません。東北諸藩は抵抗を続けるようですが、戦いの結末は明らかです。我々はもう薩摩藩への義理を果たした。
Shimazu initially supported imperial unification, but eventually allied with the Choshu domain and other like-minded men in the interest of removing the shogunate. Oh no. Whatever will I do? With that, Kazuma turned his back, dismissing me with what the fuck? Aplomb? What? I've never seen that word before. That's rare. Aplomb. Self-confidence or assurance, especially when in a demanding situation. He said nothing more than as he sauntered away. Yeah. A great feeling of relief came over me as the fury power subsided. I was certain that we would be facing our deaths, and yet somehow we managed to survive. Okita looked utterly drained, on the other hand, as if his spirit was ripped from his body. Okita. I timidly called out his name. Right. His voice quivered.
絶対嘘だよ。あいつら僕を騙してるんだ。だってありえないじゃないか。
Oh, the doomed Yaoi has been doomed.
近藤さんは京にいる間ずっと幕府や将軍校京の人たちのために働いてたのに罪人として殺された挙句首をさらされるなんてあるはずないよ。
Okita was hoping it was all a cruel farce, desperately clinging to the hope that Kazuma was lying. And behind his quivering voice were tears waiting to flood his glossy eyes. The truth was difficult to accept, and Okita wasn't equipped to handle what all of it meant. Bitch. What could I say? I could only repeat his name. His gaze was fixed on the floor, and he quickly grabbed a hold of me. Okita buried his face into my lap as he sobbed frantically. The realization that he lost the closest thing he had to a father was sinking in, and his cries of mourning tore me apart. No, less father, more daddy. It's everything pointed towards that. I'm sorry.
どうして近藤さんが捨てなきゃならないの？あんなに強くて優しくて誰よりも幕府のことを考えてた人なのに近藤さんにあんなに優しくしてもらったのに
My beautiful bear is dead.
全然恩返しをしてないのにそれなのにどうしてこんなに早く死んじゃうんだよ
I could hardly hear him towards the end of his lamentation as his voice became muffled in my lap. There was nothing I could say. All I could do was comfort him in this fragile state, holding him and contemplating what was to come. How long we sat there embracing one another in grief. I noticed that towards the east the sky was filled with cloud patterns, a foreboding sign to say the least. Are you doing all right? I broke the silence, and Okita looked up at me with the puffy, sheepish eyes.
後追い自殺でもするんじゃないかと思ってる
Kind of.
平気だよそんなことはしないそうしたいのは山々だけどね
But no, I have to keep the sword style going for my doomed Yaoi. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, that needs to be sadder. Yeah. He tried to play it off as a joke, but I knew that there was a hint of truth embedded in his joke. Okita, what do we do now? For a moment, Okita stroked his chin in thought. He glanced up towards the expanse of the sky.
新選組を土方さんを追いかける
What? His answer took me by complete surprise. What do you plan on doing once you reach Hijikata? I was suddenly thrust back into the memory of when Kondo had been shot in the shoulder and all of us were gravely concerned. I remember what Okita said back then. If anything were to threaten Kondo's life, Okita would hold Hijikata responsible and kill him. Was Okita planning on keeping that promise? Okita, I think I know what you're planning, but what happened today wasn't Hijikata's doing. You know that. I'm sure Hijikata had no desire to let Kondo be executed, so please.
知ってるよそれぐらい
Okita sought to dismiss my concerns immediately. It was, to me, a tone foreign to Okita. It was one that was completely different to the aggressive, vengeful mood when Kondo was first wounded, or even when Kazuma revealed his death. I got the sense that it was indifference that guided him now, and his calmness was a coping method.
だけど
Oh no, it's Menace.
踏ん切りがつかない今のままだと戦うどころか前に進むことすらできそうにないんだ
I was afraid he would soon let his anger consume him once more, and that he'd seek to kill Hijikata after all. Then I'll go with you.
君も一族の里に行かなきゃならないんじゃないの
That can wait. I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone right now. Okuta stared blankly at me for a moment, but eventually,
分かったそれじゃ一緒に行こうか
clasped my hand and together we rose. May 1868, Chapter 3. I think there are like 4 chapters, so who knows? We might get through this tonight. We might get through this. I still have alcohol, so that's okay. We departed Edo with the intention of following whatever Hijikata led to our remaining comrades, or wherever. We gathered word that the Shinsengumi had regrouped with the Denshu company en route to Nikko. An elite force trained in Western tactics by the French military instructors. What? How do we get to the second one? Yeah, it doesn't let us... When there's 2 of them, you can't see both. Unless... No. When I understood, the Denshu Company was comprised of former Imperial Army men who were well versed in Western tactics and armaments. Encyclopedia? Maybe. Okuta and I took refuge in the depths of the forest paths during the afternoons to avoid the harsh sunlight. Well, let me... I don't even remember how to get to the menu. Tab? No. Oh, no. No ideas.
もうすぐ夜が明けるか今日はこの辺にしておいた方が
This fucking UI is terrible. They made no effort to translate it for anything on a PC. Right.
ちょっと待ってて眠るのにちょうど良さそうな場所を探してくる
Oh?
どうしたの
Nothing.
それならいいけどそれじゃいい子で留守番してるんだよ
Fuck you. Oh, I had to save your ass. Fuck you with this good girl bullshit. That said, Okuda continued stepping through the brush to find a suitable resting place. I refrained from mentioning anything about it, but I noticed that the sword on his hips wasn't the one he'd usually used. Rather, it was a sword named the Yamashiro no Kami Fujiwara Kunikiyo, which he'd received as a personal gift from Kondo. If he were wielding that sword on our trip to locate Hijikata, it signified how personally he regarded his quest. I wondered to myself if everything would be okay. If something were to provoke Okuta in a furious rage, would I have any chance of stopping him? I could only tend to these thoughts in silence, and I peeked up to watch the moon slowly descend into the horizon amidst the breaking of a new dawn. Okuta found a quaint area underneath an old soaring tree, and we tried to make ourselves comfortable when... And away! I heard the distant howl of a yobiku, a soldier scream from afar. I assume that's a whistle. Yup, yeah. This is the dumbest. They could have just said like a yobiku whistle or something like that and not had to do this. Like a whistle, a yob... That's dumb. Okuta! We'd been spotted by a roaming troop of Imperial forces who were approaching us rapidly. The minute we were forced to leave the refuge of the shade, I felt an immediate queasiness.
逃げ切るのは無理か迎え撃つしかなさそうだ
Okita muttered smugly to himself before unsheathing his mighty sword from the scabbard on his hips. Okita knew that he was still in a relatively unstable state. Activating his fury powers was a huge risk.
大丈夫だよ。あの程度の相手ならすぐに片付けてみせるから。君は木陰にでも隠れてて。いいって言うまで出てきちゃダメだよ。
No. Before now, I would have normally nodded and obeyed his orders without question. But now, I'm going to fight beside you. And sheathed my kodachi. You literally saw me. Yeah, it's not as if they're demons. I'm sure I will be able to manage myself. If we fight together, then it means we'll be rid of them even faster, right? I refuse to let you be the only one to put yourself in harm's way. This will be like Keikaku Min's plan. Yeah, exactly. On the day we encountered Kazuma, I recall feeling an overwhelming sense of power coming from within in order to fend him off. If I can just harness those powers once more. At least he's letting me do something. Okita sighed. I heard another whistle, and this time the sound came from a close vicinity than before. Those fucking hats! Before we knew it, the Imperial Army troops emerged from the bush and had us surrounded. You think I'm gonna dilly-dally? Bitch? Bitch! I nodded Okita and together we charged. Oh. The soldiers all had their rifles pointed straight at us and their leader gestured them all to shoot. Okita closed the distance between himself and an enemy soldier in the span of a second. It was almost impossible to believe. He was moving at a superhuman pace, slicing through the soldier's limbs in the blink of an eye. The soldier raised his rifle to fire another round at Okita, but he was too slow. Okita kicked against the ground, leaping high above the soldier whose draw was no match for Okita's. He scarcely had any time to flinch, let alone dodge. Am I gonna do anything? Soldier's blood splattered onto a nearby tree. I shivered watching a sadistic display of sword mastery. Instead of fucking doing something, what again? We were about to have a badass moment. We're not doing shit. What the fuck is this game doing? With impeccable precision, he wove through the soldier's formation and slayed two men in one movement. The soldier, who became the highest ranking officer amongst his slain comrades, signaled his men to shoot. Just then, one of the bolts pierced through my calf. I haven't even done anything yet. Such a bad boy. See, I'm not fucking doing anything. No. Blood began seeping into my clothes. We were about to have a cool ass moment and I haven't done shit. What the fuck is this game doing? I nearly toppled over from the searing pain which was burning intensely from the spot of the wound. In almost no time the bullet hole began to close. I'm okay, this is nothing. I didn't want to worry Okita. I took deep breaths and I stood tall. I caught a nearby soldier off guard and drove my kodachi through his heart. Finally! His rifle fell from his hands, clinging to the floor. Okita instinctively kicked the rifle off to the side, winking at me for killing the soldier. Suddenly... The high-ranking officer pointed his rifle straight towards me, catching me from behind. But it was for naught. Okita barked loudly to capture the attention of the remaining soldiers before moving to slash at each one of them, one by one. Every time one would raise their rifle, it was hopeless, and Okita would close the difference before splitting them open with his katana. As soon as he had slain all the soldiers in our vicinity, Okita shouted out at me.
あんまり前に出過ぎないで。
No, I'm not trying hard enough. What the fuck? I didn't get to do shit besides like kill one person.
足手まといってほどじゃないけど、それでも君は一人で戦えるほどの腕前じゃないんだから。
I could have held my own against the one. You took all the fucking shit. What was it? I didn't do shit. What the fuck? We went at the same time and somehow like he killed almost all of them and I just got shot and I stabbed one guy.
君は人を切ったりなんてしなくていい。
Fucking shit. Fucking fuck. You're a badass demon, but no, you do fucking nothing. You just stand back, I'll handle this, pretty lady. You just be over there, clasping your hands and calling out my name. Ooh, woo. Fucking shit. Bitch. Even if it meant my Karachi would have to draw blood, I wanted so badly to fight alongside Okida. It's not like I wanted to get myself killed.
返事は
Are we gonna fold like a crepe? Take your bets. But I could respect that it was Okida's way of conveying his concern, unusual as it may seem. We fold like a crepe. Fuck this bullshit. Fuck this bullshit. Fuck this bullshit. Just then, while I was fucking this bullshit,
新選組の羅刹か。ならば
Arsenal came from behind us. He probably has a silver bullet. I saw an Imperial captain quickly loading peculiar-looking bullets into his gun. Were they silver bullets? Gasp! I wonder. God fucking shit. Okita, get the fuck down, bitch! I screamed Okita's name in hopes of alerting him. And then suddenly a kunai knife was flung from out of nowhere, landing in the captain's neck. It cut straight through his carotid artery and they fell to the ground. Okay, so this is either, something Zaki, the ninja guy from the Shinsengumi, or it's gonna be, Kimigiku, the Kunoichi lady with Sen. The knife, it must have come from...
お二人とも
It is! That voice, it's...
山崎
Yamazaki!
生きてたんだ。
Called it.
甲府の戦いの時以来姿が見えなかったからてっきり死んじゃったんだと思ってたのに。
何者だ貴様も新選組の者か
しんがりは俺が務めます。お二人ともどうかご無事で。こっちへ。
Okita glanced at me and spoke curtly, gesturing for the two of us to sprint down the mountain path. After he gave the go-ahead, I ran out right after him.
逃がすな撃て
A row of Imperial reinforcements got into formation at the mouth of the path to fire their rifles, but luckily we proved difficult targets to hit amidst the thick brush of trees.
どこを見ている。お前たちの相手はこの俺だ。
Yamazaki left from ranch to ranch, narrowly avoiding fire as he threw more kunai knives. Leaping from rooftop to rooftop and getting our friends free cable. It's badass. Oh, Yamazaki's gonna die for us, huh? I heard what I thought was Yamazaki's pain groan behind us, and I instinctively stopped running. Yamazaki, however, attempted to brush it off.
足を止めないでください。そのまま走って。
He used his words as motivation, fighting back tears as we distanced ourselves from the fracas. Fracas. Before I'd realized that the sun had finally set, producing brilliant orange hues that shined from the west.
とりあえずなんとか逃げおおせたかな。
I'm indeed dead inside still. We paused for a moment to listen if there were any enemies marching towards us on the trail. It seemed as though we had in fact lost them.
にしてもこの怪我で走り続けるなんてね。山崎君、落ち水も飲んでないのに無茶しすぎじゃない。 俺はこんなところで死ぬわけにはいきませんから。
Yamazaki, let me see your wounds. Yamazaki walked over to me gingerly, and I was careful to peel open his clothing that was soaked in blood. This doesn't look good. I couldn't help but worry aloud. By some stroke of divine luck, any bullets that landed pierced straight through the flesh. A small source of comfort if any could be taken. But even so, the wound under his ribcage hadn't clotted, so it required my immediate attention. But here... After I finished applying some first aid, Okita immediately jumped into a line of questioning.
どうして山崎君がここにいるの？僕たちが敵に取り囲まれてる時にちょうど駆けつけるなんて、いくらなんでも長良すぎない？
Yamazaki looked down for a minute, pausing to choose his words carefully as he stroked his chin.
甲府城付近であなた方と別れた後、俺は新選組の本陣に合流しました。ここ数日は新政府側の動向を探
'Cause he's a ninja.
離れていたのですが、
So it's a coincidence that you bumped into us.
君たちを
Yamazaki's eyes something.
数日前が
What? Why would you wait until now?
声をかけることができなかったんだ。局長のことは聞いているな。
I nodded.
なるほど。僕を土方さんに会わせたくなかったってこと。僕があの人を殺しちゃうかもしれないから。
Yamazaki neither confirmed nor denied Okita's claim. Instead, he stared back blankly. That. Okita, however, seemed unbothered by the lack of response, and he just chuckled.
僕としたことがうかつだな。何日も君に見張られてたのに気づかなかったなんて。それだけ疲れが溜まっておられるということでしょう。それは否定しないけどさ。ま、君がいなかったら僕たちとっくに殺されてただろうし。
True.
そのことに関してはお礼を言ってあげてもいいかな。ありどうしたの？いえ、まさか沖田さんの口からそのような言葉を聞くことになるとは思わなかったもので。
Fair.
失礼なことを言ってくれる。
Chitsune! Chitsune!
撤回するよ。
For a little while, Yamazaki looked poised to speak. Then he contemplated again as he thought of the right way to phrase his question.
もし副長に会えたらあなたはどうするおつもりですか？まだ決めてないよ。実際のところ僕もまだわからないんだ。あの人を切っちゃうかもしれないし、逆に僕の方が切られるかもしれない。
We might kill each other, we'll see.
新選組は近藤局長と土方副長のお二人で作り上げたもの。いわばお二人の夢そのものです。知ってるよ。近藤局長は何があっても決して副長を死なせたいとは思っておられないはずです。それも知ってる。
So we'll just see if my doomed yaoi beats that logic. Yamazaki stared intently into Okita's eyes, trying to parse his intentions. We all stood alone, and the whistle of the breeze behind us rustled leaves scattered amongst the ground. Eventually...
新選組の皆は今宇都宮城にいます。
Oh, they're back there? Huh. Yamazaki revealed their location without blinking as he continued to stare back at Okita.
あの人を土方副長
I'm gonna die now. Okay, bye. He uttered the swish test aloud and Okita nodded silently. What are you going to do now, Yamazaki? It's like, die.
ここで休んでいく。少し喋りすぎた。
Why are we both the doormat and an idiot and a sweet summer child at the same time. Kiddo!
行こ
But
う。いいから行くよ。山崎君、今までずっと働き詰めだったんだし、少し休ませてあげたけ。
Translation, he's just gonna die now. With that said, he looked over at Yamazaki with a friendly gleam in his eyes. God damn it.
土方副長にお伝えください。少し遅れますが。合流しますと。
After heeding Yamazaki's request, we continued our way back down the mountain path. We set our sights for Utsunomiya Castle just as Yamazaki had told us.
敵の気配がなくなったから、ここからは早く進めそうだね。
It was nice to know that we wouldn't have any trouble with soldiers like we did earlier in that day, but...
どうしたの？立ち止まって。行くよ。
Okita. When we arrive at Utsunomiya Castle, I wonder what Okita plans on doing. Even he had doubts about what would happen once we encountered Hijikata. There was a slight chance that one of them would not live to see a second conversation between the two. But even then, do you really have to go to Utsunomiya Castle?
今さらその質問？ここで江戸に戻ったら、何のためにここまで来たのかわからないじゃない。
But
まあどうしても行きたくないんなら、ここで待っててくれても構わないけど。
what? I wanted him to stay behind, but that didn't mean I wanted to get left behind on my own. But, Okita!
何？
What should I tell him? Like, don't kill Hijikata. Like, fucking, Kondo doesn't want you to do it either, bitch. Come on. Please don't kill Hijikata. Okita responded with a sharp glance.
僕はできない約束はしないことにしてるんだ。
But, like Yamazaki said, I don't think Kondo would have wanted Hijikata to die. Could you really live with killing someone who also meant so much to Kondo? I just couldn't bring myself to think like Okita did. Okita had threatened to stab or kill me so many times, even spanning back to the days of during the Shinsengumi. It had occurred so often back then I lost track. Yeah, he's been fucking threatening me for years. This is our uwu boy. He protects so good while wanting to threaten to murder us. Okita had a penchant for violence only matched by his fondness for keeping true to his threats. However, there was a difference between killing an enemy of the Shinsengumi and Hijikata of all people. Even for Okita, I couldn't imagine ever having to confront that possibility. I don't want you to have to suffer anymore. My words appeared to catch him off guard. Okita was hesitant to answer right away, and he looked back at me sadly. Eventually... Okay, that was good, I guess.
殺されるかもしれない土方さんじゃなくて、僕の心配をしてくれるんだ。
What the fuck?
さすがにそれは土方さんに同情しちゃうな。
Fuck you! Oh, that's not what I said, I mean...
分かってるよ。でも、僕はあの人に会わなきゃいけない。
Okita seemed unsure of what exactly he'd hoped to gain from seeing Hijikata as well. And because of that uncertainty, he couldn't promise to me that either of their blood wouldn't be spilled. Yeah. It was difficult to shake the anxiety that had been slowly festering in my heart, but for his sake, I could understand why Okita was intent on doing what he needed to do. So I said... All I could do was nod. Between us, there was a brief moment of silence. And then he has a fucking attack again. Suddenly Okita crumpled to the ground, and then... Here we go. Time to be a Capri Sun. His hair turned white and his eyes turned red. Bitch! Was he having another seizure? Oh no, to make matters worse, he seemed to be suffering in more agony than any of his previous episodes. Yep, time to be a Capri Sun. Here we go. Once more, I unsheathed my kodachi and slid the blade across the veins of my wrist. Okita, drink my blood! And we get the same exact thing, but in the woods this time. He drew me salivating at the mouth. His red eyes flickered with relief. He gently licked the blood from flowing from my fresh wound. He muttered softly. Hoo-hoo. Yeah, exactly. And we're somehow not getting tuberculosis. Bitch. His words wiped my feelings of reservation that I had been holding from our recent conversation. By giving him a taste of my blood, he was able to preserve his sanity, and most importantly, his life. Okita needed my blood. For this alone, I felt vindicated it was all worth it. After Okita's painful seizure had died down, we tried leaving again for Utsunomiya Castle, but... Okita suddenly motioned for me to stop. Is something wrong? Right as I'd asked him... Ah! The sound of cannon fire cracked loudly in the distance, and I screamed as the ground shook beneath us. Maybe. But apparently demons can also get the water of life, like, fucking them up. So who the fuck knows? What was that sound? Oh no! Okita had no time to answer me, and he began running towards a small hill nearby. Seeing him sprint, I rushed to follow him. What we saw was... over there! Utsunomiya Castle was flooded with enemy soldiers, and the whole estate was engulfed in a fiery blaze. Cannon fire followed the loud barks of nearby enemy commanders, ordering their men to fire at the castle. The shogunate forces were desperately trying to counter the bombastic assault, but it was clear from our view that they were at a disadvantage. Okita's face looked as if he were concocting a plan in the meantime, and he walked down the hill. Okita, what are we going to do? Okay. I nodded. However, we heard the sound of marching soldiers approaching us. Okita grabbed my hand, and together we ran out of sight and hid behind a large bush. Soldiers clad in Western uniforms walked right past our hiding spot. Okita and I held our breaths, waiting for them to pass without detecting us. Luckily, it seemed no one had spotted us, and I glanced at Okita when the footsteps were no longer audible. Right. Suddenly... oof. Roblox.oof.mp3. I was struck with a dizzy spell. My head throbbed as if it were squeezed against the ground. I became overwhelmed with nausea. Oh no, hello. It's okay, it's being terrible as usual. I'm fine. Okita rushed to place his arm around my shoulders to prevent me from toppling over. I assume that I'm fucking dealing with the water of life too, because bitch brother. I shook my head. I don't want blood. I think my body is trying to fight off the poisonous effects of the water of life. I felt as though my body would contort into a ball. I bit my lip aggressively, fighting to endure the pain as I mustered a smile at Okita. I'm fine. No matter how agonizing this felt, it was nothing compared to what Okita had been suffering up until now. I had no room to complain over something like this. I can walk. Sorry for being a bother.
そっか。強いね、君は。
Okita!
大丈夫。ちょっと咳込んだだけだから。とっくに起き上がれなくなっててもおかしくない体を羅刹の力で無理やり動かしてるようなものだから。お互いもうボロボロだね。
Okita, you should rest. Okita cut me off.
君が大丈夫ならもう行くよ。この機会を逃すとまた土方さんを見失いそうだから。
Yeah. Okita was right. He was, by sheer force of will, dragging his decaying body wherever it needed to go to look at Hijikata. It was admirable, if not terribly foolish. I'm fine. I still had my doubts about what would happen if Hijikata and Okita were to meet again, but even so, there was nothing I could say or do to stop him from going. He spoke kindly, and he held my hand to lead us back down the path. There were times where I heard Okita hacking his lungs up as he coughed, but we supported each other's body as we proceeded carefully down the path. There was a peaceful pause in our conversation until... Okita... Maybe it was better if I didn't ask him this, but it was something that had been bothering me. So, if we were in fact able to see Hijikata, what do you plan on doing, or have you still not made up your mind? It seemed presumptuous for me to ask, but Okita seemed unoffended by my question, and he smiled brightly as he answered. His response perplexed me, and I listened closely. His story came from out of nowhere, but it was one of the first times Okita had opened up to me. Deadbeat. Dojo Neto that taught the Tenrin style of swordsmanship is owned by Isami Kondo, 4th generation head. Many of the Shinsengumi studied, trained, or lived here. The more you know. Okita laughed dryly, but my heart felt like it had shattered into pieces hearing him reminisce. Oh no, the rent.
そんな中、唯一優しくしてくれたのが近藤さんだったんだ。
You know, the guy that got beheaded by the Imperial Army.
姉上に捨てられて、世の中に味方なんて誰もいないって拗ねてた僕に、世の中に意味のないことなんてない。僕がこんな運命をたどることになったのも。
I mean, probably not, but okay.
何もできないって思い込んでた僕に剣に生きる道を教えてくれた。僕は近藤さんに出会えたから生まれ変われたんだ。
He's so small.
土方さんが司令官に出入りするようになってさ。最初の頃はっていうか今もだけどあの人のこと大嫌いだったよ。お金持ちの農家のお坊ちゃんで 食べるのに困ったことなんてほとんどなさそうで。なのに近藤さんは土方さんのことが大のお気に入りでさ。
Damn, envy.
土方さんにあんたは大名になれるって言われるたび嬉しそうな顔になって。近藤さん、土方さんと話すときは目の色が全然違うんだ。
Oh no, he was so jealous his doomed Yowie was in a different direction. Oh no! Okita sheepishly looked up at the stars above us, all together radiating like a tapestry in the bright sky. Okita. I was getting a much clearer picture of how Okita became the man he was. Hijikata had been there since the beginning, since Okita's most cherished memories of Kondo. Although there were days I'm sure that he was dismissive of Hijikata, I suppose he could never bring himself to hate him. I think I finally get it. To Okita, Hijikata was a person of great consequence. The rival to his doomed Yowie. Although his reverence would never match Kondo's, there was a noticeable level of respect. Let's hurry up and find Hijikata. We don't want to miss him again. To be quite honest with you, until we had talked about it, I had my reservations, but I found it difficult to articulate this properly, but it mattered that I had made my feelings known to him. But after hearing where you stand on the whole thing, I think us finding Hijikata would be good. Okita held Kondo in a regard that was untouchable to anyone else. But more importantly, he understood that Hijikata held his own independent reverence for Kondo. If the reunion meant that they could share those sentiments, perhaps to bask in the memories of their lost friend, then everything would be okay. I have faith in you. I knew that Okita possessed good within him, and that ultimately I could trust whatever decision he made. And he's like, "Nyah." Okita glanced at me with surprise, staring intently for a moment, but then suddenly he grabbed my arm to pull me in closely. His arms wrapped around me, and I was beside his chest. Okita. He whispered intimately, and I could hear a little bit of doubt lingering behind his words. Stop calling me a fucking kid! This is weird. His fingers locked around the dimples in my back, and I buried my face into his soft collarbone. I couldn't speak anymore. My heart beat like a war drum inside of my chest. Fuck off. His voice quivered, making his admission all the more sincere. He hugged me awkwardly, but my love for him was blossoming so fully nonetheless. Okita. His warmth gave me comfort, and I leaned into his soft, supple arms. There was nothing that made me happier than being locked into his tender embrace, feeling his cool breath tickle my forehead gently. I was a little worried that he would catch sight of my blushed cheeks, or that the steady beat of my heart would make him nervous. However, he paid no mind to my anxieties, instead squeezing even tighter to melt my worries away. Bitch, shut the fuck up! Let's just deal with this. He tightened his loving embrace again, with smirking kindly, and I whispered in my ears. I know, right? And like the good girl thing, and like, yeah, I understand this is some weird kink, but Okay, so now he's calling me a snake, cool. I could sense he was a little embarrassed. You make me so happy. Sharing this intimate moment with Okita when the world around us seemed to be falling apart. We couldn't help but succumb to the hypnotic lull of our passionate embrace. Okay, well, this is awkward. I never wanted to let this moment slip from my memory. It was as transient as it was beautiful, and I savored every part of it. Eventually, his arms loosened their grip, and he reluctantly let go of me.
それじゃあ行こうか。
His intimate moment when you're like, okay, he probably won't murder your other friend because they had some weird, like, rival like doomed yaoi going with Kondo, so. Okay. We playfully glanced back and forth at one another for a while as we made our way down the path. What? Why is that the next thing? What the fuck? Insects chirped lively around us, and Okita punctuated the noise by timidly speaking.
僕がきっと知りたいだけなんだ。土方さんが何を考えているのかを。
You're gonna bond over loving Kondo, we get it. We continued down the wooden path, followed what we believed to be tracks matching Hijikata's frame. Finally, as dawn began to break in the east, we had found Hijikata.
お前らこんなところまで来てたのか。
Hijikata waved off his bodyguard and he turned to face us.
僕たちが何のためにここに来たのかは分かってますよね。
ああ、お前がわざわざ追ってくる用事なんざ他にねえだろ。
土方さんはもう聞いたんですか。近藤さんが
斬首されたってことだ。とっくに知ってるよ。
Okita's eyes grew wide.
知ってたんですか。知ってたくせに土方さんは何をしてたんですか。
All of a sudden, Okita threw himself at Hijikata, grabbing his collar with both hands.
どうしてしがみついてでも近藤さんを止めなかったんです。助ける方法なんていくらでもあったはずでしょう。他の誰にできなくても土方さんならできたはずだ。できなかったんだよ。
Good voice acting. It's very good voice acting. Hijikata cut Okita off, barking at the top of his lungs. He was seething and his eyes glowed with anger and regret in equal parts.
俺は助けたかった。助けようとしたんだよ。好き好んで近藤さんを見捨てたわけじゃねえ。司令官にいた人間の中で近藤さんを本物の侍にしてって一番思ってたのは誰だと思ってるんだ。
Okita's hands shook violently as he loosened the grip on Hijikata's collar.
それでも近藤さんは死んじゃったじゃないですか。
Okita was on the verge of tears and he averted his gaze to avoid Hijikata's intense stare. The hands which moments earlier shook with a vengeful rage were now limp and powerless. And then... Okita caught Hijikata off guard by activating his fury powers and he threw a relentless flurry of punches at Hijikata's face. Okay.
これで勘弁してあげますよ。許すわけじゃないですけど。
Hijikata slowly rose from the ground, begrudgingly wiping the blood from his mouth.
前の僕なら本当に土方さんを切ってたかもしれませんけど。でも今は
Hijikata offered no words of defiance or rebuttal, and instead he took in everything Okita was saying. And then...
もう楽にさせてくれないかってな。結局俺がやってたことはただの自己満足で、あの人の本心全然分かってなかったのかもしれねえな。
Boys with thrown hands. Yeah! They were having like a moment with their doomed yaoi.
本当ですよね。今日になんて行かずに司令官の道場主のままでいれば近藤さんだってひどい殺され方をして首をさらされたりなんてしなかったはずなのに。
Although Okita had lamented what could have been, his tone was no longer accusatory on the part of Hijikata.
新選組を託されたんだ。今更放り出すわけにはいかねえよ。俺は大使を連れて北を目指すが、お前らはどうする？
僕は土方さんと一緒には行けません。
Hijikata shut his eyes, giving me the impression that he had expected Okita to say as much. Instead of urging him to join, Hijikata merely sighed in acceptance of his old comrade's position. Hijikata nodded, and while the two of them mutually understood that their paths would soon diverge, neither of them were bothered either way. There's something I need to tell you as well, Hijikata. Me encountered Yamazaki. He was pretty badly wounded the last time we saw him, and since then he separated from us. He wanted me to tell you that he promises he will find you soon. Hijikata's eyes thinned, and he was visibly shaken by my news. However, in typical fashion, he gritted his teeth, and his following response was strained. I know, right? Right? We could have just done like the Doom Diawi game, even though like we know it's Doom Diawi either way because this is partly based on history. Stop fucking calling me a kid! Hey, please take care of yourself too, Hijikata. Hijikata gave me a mild grin. Then he turned his back towards us to walk away. Once Hijikata had gotten out of earshot, Okita spoke up softly. Yeah, we'll go with that. I mean, not even... Okay, Sanan, really? Yeah. Okita took a deep breath of the chilly evening air and he turned to face me. Huh, get going. Where are we going to? No, of course not, but are you sure that's where you want to go? Yes, well, at least according to Sen. Okita's kind smile carried with it a hint of melancholia. I couldn't help but worry about what it all meant. I want to save you too. Although his words were emotionally resonant for me, there was a foreboding feeling I couldn't shake, and I sensed that Okita could still slip into darkness. Was I too susceptible to this darkness? I was helpless against whatever fate was waiting for us. When I awoke, the sun was gradually descending into the horizon from the west. To my surprise, I found a welcoming face that was quite eager to greet me. Yes, I did. How about you, Okita? Are you feeling rested? You're lying, aren't you? Well, lately, little by little, I've been starting to notice when you're telling the truth and when you're lying.
そうなの？便利だけどちょっとめんどくさくなりそうかな。
What? Annoying!
いちいち怒らなくてもいいじゃない。ただの冗談なんだから。
I don't want you to push yourself. Please rest.
無理してるつもりはないんだけどな。自分の体だし。
I don't believe you, Okita.
じゃあ眠くなるまで何か面白い話でもしてくれる？
A bedtime story.
小さな子供を寝かしつけるとき、昔話とかするでしょ？
Okita's idea reminded me of how my father used to tell me stories as he tucked me gently into my futon when I was a young girl. So, were you told bedtime stories when you were a child, Okita?
あるよ。毎晩ではなかったけどね。市営館に来たばかりの頃は、しょっちゅう近藤さんが来てくれて、よく面白い話をしてくれた。いつも三国志とか水古伝ばっかりで、最後の方は筋書きを全部覚えちゃったぐらいだったけど。
I'm describing the turbulent period of the Chinese history that began in the late Han Dynasty and lasted for nearly 100 years, known as the Three Kingdoms era, inexplicably popular in Japan. I mean, yeah, I've heard of anime based on that. I can't go to the other border margin because it won't let me. It just won't let me. I can picture it so clearly.
誰に対しても優しくて、強くて、すごく努力家で、ずっと近藤さんの後をついていきたいって、そう思ってた。
Okita. Okita, I think you should count yourself as a very lucky man for having such a positive influence in your life at a young age.
近藤さんと出会ってなければ、今以上にひねくれたどうしようもない人間に育ってたのは確か
I mean, my dad just fucking left me and created fake vampires that kill shit. That's not what I meant.
分かってるよ。でも僕、こういう性格だし。で、続きはどうして僕を幸せ者だと思うの？
When I first met everyone in Shinsengumi, I had written it off as a stroke of bad luck.
だろうね。
But then, as I grew more comfortable around everyone, I was able to learn so much more about them and myself that I could have ever imagined.
その知ったことっていいことばかりじゃない。
Well, of course not. This asshole little petty bitch threatened to kill me when I first met him.
君のお父さんが人を化け物に変える薬の研究をしてた。
Also that.
知らない方が良かったと思うんだけど。
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, that was quite the surprise, but if my father was committing all of the egregious acts that I'd learned about later, then I don't think it would be right for me to bury my head in the sand. There's a sense of perspective that only emerges when you experience pain and suffering. Okay, I got the good thing there, I guess.
前向きだよね。
You just have to be like, I must go through my pain and suffering phase.
もし君が子供の頃の僕と同じように育ったとしても、きっと僕みたいにはならないんだろうな。
I mean, yeah, that's probably true. Huh? Are you... Is he complimenting me? Or was he simply commenting that I was as hopeless as he joked I was?
世の中にはさ、人の悪意とか醜い感情と全然縁がない人がいるんだよね。そういう人は誰からもひどく恨まれたり憎まれたりはしない。そういうところ、近藤さんに少し似てるかも。
What? My heart suddenly melted in my chest. To Okita, Kondo was the paragon of kindness, a figure who represented every trait Okita respected.
あれ、どうしたの？顔が赤いけど。
Oh, well, you said Kondo and I are similar, and I don't deserve such a kind compliment. Okita chuckled.
君って変わった女の子だよね。近藤さんに似てるって言われて照れるなんてさ。
Well, to be fair, it was a little strange of Okita to compare me to a woman Compare a woman to he loved to a man he viewed as a father. Nope. Here's where the no, we know it's doomed Yowie. It makes perfect sense. We know.
何にしても人との巡り合わせって不思議だよね。もし君が今ここにいてくれなかったら僕とっくに死んでたかもしれないし。
Bitch. Kondo played such an important role in Okita's development, and Okita was still learning how to cope with that loss. One thing was certain, when Okita said he likely would have died a long time ago, I agreed with him. To me, all that mattered was that I could be beside him when it really mattered. I didn't say as much to his face, but it was something that made me smile.
ねえ、正直言ってまだ近藤さんがいない世の中で生きていくのには慣れてないんだけど、それでもまだ僕には戦う理由が残ってる。
It's gonna be sappy.
大丈夫だよ。君が思うほど僕は弱くないから。
Yeah. I knew that he was telling me the truth. It wasn't as if I had any reason to doubt Okita, but there was still a part of me that knew he was trying to protect himself by feigning emotional strength. That's just the kind of man Okita was.
薫のことも気になるし、君の故郷にたどり着くにはもうしばらくかかる。安心して。君には僕がついてるから。
Stop! What is this translation? Okita had a way of soothing my concerns that was unlike anyone else, and he reached for my hand.
平気だよ。二人ならきっと乗り越えられる。
Bitch. He clapped his hand in return, and I nodded deeply. Yes, let's do it together. The two of us. Wherever Okita will go, I'll be right beside him. As long as he was there to grab my hand, there was nothing I believed we couldn't do. No matter what waited for us in the long road ahead, we could conquer it together. Beyond that, together we could forge a new future for ourselves. As we watched the amber sunset merge with the indigo sky, we gathered our resolve and we set off for my village. June 1868, Chapter 4. Fuck, this is the last one. I think this is the last one we might be able to get done with the fucking thing of this game. Cheese! Someone is calling out my name. Surrounding me in a vibrant meadow covered in a gorgeous blanket of wildflowers. In the distance, I recognized our small home situated in the village hidden deep in the mountains. This is where we lived, our modest but ideal life. And then one day, our village was set ablaze. The flames bled into the sky, filling it with an ominous crimson haze. Someone precious had been calling out to me. Suddenly, the ground around my feet was littered with an array of atrophied corpses, each body marked with a mortifying expression. My lungs were filled with the char of smoke, making it difficult to catch my breath. Then I blacked out. As I regained consciousness, someone was carrying me. The man panted heavily as he carried me through our swift escape down a forested trail. Even though I was but a child, I realized that my innocence, my home, and all of those things would never return to me. The further we fled from the village that we called home, the more my heart filled with terror, and my eyes filled uncontrollably with tears. A voice echoed from out of nowhere, as if it had entered my brain like a curse. So, the protag was old enough to have conversations like this, and then just fucking trauma blacked it out, I guess. The sound of the mysterious voice spewing its indignant cries came into a cacophonous harmony with my desperate sobbing. As you do, yep. Egg! All my dying clan's resentment and sorrow manifested into a haunting condemnation. I hate them. Their words became my words, and the same bitter sentiment left my mouth. Little sister cheese. This voice. Cowdo. Oh, no. Okay. As long as he wasn't calling me little sister. My eyes widened and it was Okita staring back at me with a concerned expression. Oh, was I just dreaming all of that?
大丈夫ずいぶんうなされてたみたいだけどもしかして怖い夢でも見た
No, it wasn't that. I'm just still adjusting to sleeping at this hour. Don't worry about me. For some reason, I felt too embarrassed to look Okita in the eye, so I fidgeted and stared at the ground.
下手な嘘はやめたら人間って得て増えてがあるんだから
What? I'm not lying! I shouted impulsively at him, rushing to clap my hands over my mouth as soon as the words came out. Oh. Okita was taken aback by my surprising outburst, and for a while he seemed offended, but he shifted into a more sympathetic approach.
ごめん君のことが心配だったから
No, I should be the one apologizing. He was only showing me concern, so it was unfair of me to yell at him. I wondered what compelled me to do so. It was difficult to discern or trust my own feelings. Something nasty began to fester in the pit of my stomach. I needed to take better care of myself. I began to wonder if becoming a fury would not only deteriorate my body, but my mind as well.
君の話
His urge was curt but gentle, and I thought it was a good opportunity to open up about how I felt. I took deep breaths, making it easier for me to gather my thoughts coherently before I spoke. I had a flashback, just a little one, about my childhood. Back then, we lived in a remote, peaceful village. But one day, for whatever reason, an army of humans marched into our village armed with weapons. As I searched for details in the memory, I bit my lip. I realized that I was uncovering a deeply buried trauma that had been waiting for me all my life. They lit the village on fire, and my parents, as well as other demons we knew, were all murdered. All we wanted was a life of peace and solitude. Recounting the story triggered all my hateful feelings once more, brewing like a storm in my heart. Whatever selfish reasons they had, they killed men, women, children, everyone! Everyone! An entire village who only wanted peace! I was aware that most people aspire to obey their inherent goodness, hoping to triumph over evil. I knew this was not the truth for all men. There were men who took pleasure from their evil deeds. Okita gazed at me longingly, reaching his hand out to mine as a gesture of comfort. However, I couldn't reciprocate it. I don't know what to think anymore. I never ever imagined myself as someone who had let their resentment consume herself. I suppose that my bitterness had nowhere to go, and the tiny flame within me grew and grew until it had become a wildfire intent on getting vengeance. Now I wanted nothing more than the families of those who destroyed my village to suffer in agony for generations, until they could no longer even conceive of hope. As such thoughts simmered fiercely in my mind, I suddenly gasped in shock.
今はあんまり思い詰めない方がいいよ喉乾いたでしょ水筒も空になっちゃったから僕近くの川で水を汲んでくる君はここで待ってて何かあったらすぐに僕を呼ぶんだよ
Okay, be careful. I get to jump through the bushes to look for the river. Sweat dripped down my forehead, and I wiped off a thick layer of the back of my hand as I sighed. Just then, I heard grass rustling underneath heavy footsteps, only a little distance from where I was sitting. Okita, did you forget something? When the voice didn't respond, a wet chill crept down the length of my spine. It wasn't Okita. I held my breath anxiously, waiting for an answer. Bitch! Fuck off! Kerr, what are you doing here, you asshole? Of course you are.
を目指してたこともね。お前たちが新選組のやつらと別行動をとって北に向かう理由なんて。
Fuck you. Kara smirked with a suggestive tone, and he started approaching me slowly. With each step he took, I nervously took a step back.
少しは思い出したか。俺たちが子供の頃のこと。
Fucking Kaoru.
互いに争ったりせず、つつましく生きてた俺たちが、なぜ何もかも失わなきゃならない。
Nice call.
人間どもよりずっと強い体を持ってる俺たちがだよ。理不尽だと思わないか。強いやつが報われるんじゃない。正しいやつが成功するんじゃない。最後に笑うのはどんな時でも手段を選ばずに小ずるく立ち回ったやつだけだ。
Yeah. I think if Kaoru had confronted me with this monologue just days ago, I would have dismissed it outright. But now, our village was destroyed by humans, wasn't it? I was reminded of the nightmare I just had, and going back further, I recalled what Sen had told me before as well.
西国の藩のやつらに脅されたんだ。俺たちの父さんも静かに暮らしたいから協力できないとその脅しを突っぱねた。そうしたらああやって里に火をかけられたのさ。
Yeah. What Kaoru spoke of was a memory I'd sealed away to live my life up until recently as a human. But all of it was coming back to me. All of his anger and acrimony was justified. Kaoru's eyes shifted to look far into the distance. Not really, still fuck you.
俺が長い時間をかけて味わってきた苦しみをお前はこの短い間に経験した。俺たちは誰よりも互いの気持ちを分かり合えるはずだよ。そうだろう。
Kaoru turned to face me again, and his eyes had a melancholic sincerity behind them. What do you hope to do?
決まってるじゃないか。これは故郷で雪村一族を再興する。人間たちに奪われた暮らしを取り戻すんだ。俺は俺の家族や里のみんなを虐げた奴らを許さない。俺たちの苦境を知っても手を差し伸べようとすらしなかった西国の鬼たちも。そしてこの国にはびこる薄汚い人間どもも。
Kaoru began to burn with impotent rage. However, becoming privy to the reasoning behind all of this inner turmoil made me realize I was no longer afraid of him. If anything, I could only feel for him. No, fuck that! He's still a bitch.
行動のおじさんが改良してくれた落ち水を使えば日の下で動ける羅刹の軍を作れる。
We know what a fury is. I froze. Kaoru, is father with you?
ああ、彼は俺たちの遠縁の親戚だからね。雪村一族再興のため協力は惜しまないって言ってくれてるよ。
But you called the Furies dumb as shit before, like, what the fuck? Ah! Okay, Wolfie, I drink. It's going alright, Skull. How are you doing?
新しい打ち水を飲むとさ、人と交わって血が薄まった鬼でも本来の力を取り戻すことができるんだ。
Wow.
その打ち水で俺たちの仲間をどんどん増やしていけば、人間どもどころか。
2 months today, damn. Yeah. I miss the Cowrill. I think is that they're just a petulant child or the best. Yeah, basically.
西国の鬼たちだって敵じゃない。俺たちはこの日の元の新たな名士になることができるんだよ。
Kara reached his hand out to mine.
俺と一緒に行こう。
What? Kara sprung his proposition on me. This is no joke from Kaoru. He was dead serious.
分かったんだろう。お前が望むなら起きたもん。
You were willing to kill him. You were willing to make me suffer just because I couldn't remember shit.
邪魔な奴らを全て根絶やしにして、この国に俺たちの本当の居場所を作ろう。
Just as Sen has predicted, Father was continuing his research on the water of life even after leaving the Shinsengumi. Perhaps Father held the key to curing the affliction inside Okita and restoring his humanity. And together, perhaps we could create a new home for ourselves, one where we could live in peace. If this was one chance to give myself the promise of a better future, was it worth it to accept? No. Before I could answer, Kaoru.
僕は行かないよ。絶対に行かない。
A familiar voice responded in the distance, and at once I was snapped back to reality.
君って本当にお人よしなんだね。
Yes, come and make the decision for me.
うまい話には裏があるって言うでしょ。こんな奴の言うこと信じちゃダメだよ。
Okita emerged from the trees, standing in front of me, and to confront Kaoru directly. I mean, like, true. I'm saying this to the protag. Like, what is this bullshit? Kaoru, however, seemed to have anticipated Okita's arrival, and he grinned suggestively. What is with that suggestively?
可愛い妹だ。悩む。
Stop calling me your cute little sister, my god.
俺たちは故郷で待ってる。たどり着くまでに。
Even the translations are like, this is creepy, so we're not going to put it in the term cute. Even though he totally said it.
待て。
Okita immediately unsheathed his sword and attempted to swipe quickly at Kaoru. Kaoru read Okita's movements easily, narrowly avoiding the attack as it grazed the fabric of his sleeve.
それじゃあな。いい返事を期待してるよ。
Then Kaoru vanished from sight, melting into the air.
まったく逃げ足だけは早いな。
Okita sounded irritated as he sheathed his sword back into its scabbard.
何をぼーっとしてるの？
Yep, he's back to insulting us.
もしかしてあいつの口車に乗ろうなんて考えてるんじゃないよね。
Well,
あのさ、今のうちに言っておくけど。
Okita slowly stepped towards me. Just then, Okita's face scrunched in pain and he wrapped his arms around his body as he yelped desperately. Okita! In the blink of an eye, Okita's hair became stark white and his irises once again became crimson. The madness of the fury struck him once more, and this time it was aiming for his heart. However, a nervous feeling shot through me. Another dizzy spell pulsed in my head. Huh? It became difficult to see clearly. My heartbeat had one ferocious pound, and then... Suddenly I craved blood. I craved Okita's blood. My cravings began to dominate my mind. If my entire body screamed to tear Okita limb from limb. It was an animalistic desire that became impossible to resist with each passing moment. The thirst came from within. It was innate, and it needed to be quenched immediately. My forehead burned unbearably all of a sudden. I instinctively reached to touch it when my fingers felt something firm. Oh no, what was this? My hair, which was tied into a bun atop of my head, became undone and fell to my shoulders. The fucking shit. In the corner of my eye, I saw my hair flicker. It turned white. No! I shook violently from fear. As I reached to touch my forehead once more, I felt two horns begin to poke through the flesh, slowly inching themselves above the surface. No, am I really a demon? What the fuck? Of course, like, we know this. Why is this the question? Why is this the question coming out? Is this because of the water of life? White hair and horns stabbing through my forehead? My soul and my body both were becoming corrupted by the serum's poisonous effects. Ugh. The pain was abruptly punctuated by a desperate thirst. The tickling sensation began to irritate every inch of my skin, making me want to scratch uncontrollably. Ah, we're going Higurashi now. No! Then a hand gently grabbed a hold of my shoulders. I was too embarrassed to let Okita see me like this, and I couldn't bear to turn and face him. Don't look at me! Okita was silent. Please don't look at me! After I let out a sheepish whimper, he responded with a calm demeanor. No, I can't! All I could do was shake my head, fighting helplessly to suppress my cravings. He grabbed both my arms and forced me to face back at him. There he was. Oh. In front of me stood a demon who resembled what I was slowly transforming into. However, he had no horns on his head. But just like me, his hair turned white and he looked ravenous for the taste of blood. I wasn't alone. The knowledge of this overwhelmed me. I wasn't alone. Probably. Okita breathed in a strained, panting staccato. Okita, Fuck this shit. I'm pretty positive the correct answer is Endurage, and not this is the become a Capri Sun fantasy, not get a Capri Sun. Also, like, technically, yeah, the reason that you're dealing with this is the water of life, which is corrupted, so. Bit my lip aggressively and unsheathed my kodachi. And then... Please take a sip. I cut a long length of my palm and I offered my bloody hand to Okita. You want blood, right? Please drink mine. Well, it's not as if I don't. My throat suddenly became dry and scratchy from thirst, which only worsened my cravings. But I don't need it. What I truly wanted was a reprieve from this suffocating appetite. It was driving me mad. I tried to think of a joyful moment, a time when we could live life peacefully away from these impulses. Hopefully Okita and I could carve a future where the serum's poisonous effects no longer held us hostage. Yeah, and again, it was your stupid-ass brother who did this to you. Probably gets worse, who knows? We didn't have a chance to do both. I'm a demon, and even though I was forced into drinking the water of life, numbness started trickling through my body, perhaps trying to coax me into quenching my thirst. Speaking of... But even still, I don't need blood. I just want to live by Okita's side. What the fuck? Fuck you. Why is that the They won't say my cute sister, but they'll say good... What the... this is a game for bottoms with Vampire Capri Sun fantasies. Ugh. Fucking yeah, yeah. Okita whispered softly and he grabbed hold of my hand heartily. You get the same, you don't even get like a different thing every time. It's the same exact image. Vigorously around each corner, touched by blood on the surface of my hand.
僕であるために君の血を飲む。狂ってしまわないように。
Tickled my ear with his torpid tone, utterly enthralled by the soothing taste of my blood. My body, on the other hand, was still aching longingly with bloodlust, but even so, watching him take such a loose pleasure from lapping at my blood, I nodded firmly. Why? And I won't drink your blood so that I can keep my wits about me. This is my burden to bear. The translations are so bad. Sleep pinched shut my arm as Okita sucked in one more generous mouthful and then let out a deep sigh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okita's reassuring words made me realize how much he worked to keep me from giving in to the madness. Yeah, but making us extremely angry about calling us a kid. He and I leaned heavily into one another, and I did my best to endure the serum's poisonous effects. And through it all, Okita held my hand tightly. He kept me safe until the very end. Ugh. We're almost at the end, I think, I hope. I hadn't considered how much colder the north was. Despite the incoming summer season, the blustery winds were freezing all throughout the night.
もうすぐ夜が明けるし、今日はこの辺で休むことにしようか。
Okay.
思ったより時間かからなかったね。こういう時、羅刹の体って便利だな。
We were only a ways away from the village where I was born, the village of the Yukimura clan.
明日には君のお父さんや南雲薫と再会できるだろうけど、彼らになんて返事をするか決めた？
Well, I want to punch Kaoru in the face. Well,
その様子だとまだ決めてないんだ。迷う必要なんてなさそうなの。
Okita.
何？
Never mind. I wanted to ask him what he had planned to do once he encountered them as well. But first I had to settle on an answer for Kaoru. Or else, I knew that my feelings won't reach Kaoru.
ちょっと一緒に来てくれる？
Why are we trying to deal with his feelings? He's perfectly fine, like, making us suffer. Huh? Follow you where?
ついてくればわかるよ。ほら。
Hey! Okita quickly grabbed a hold of my hand before walking away through a forested path. Where could he have been taking me? He gave me no chance to object, and he continued his brisk pace down the grassy knoll. Oh, wow! Okita brought us underneath the canopy that had a dazzling view of the stars scattered across the dusty sky. My cheeks were tingled with the caress of the soft breeze.
今日はよく晴れてるから、君の気分も変えてあげられると思って。昼間の景色もいいけど、こういう眺めも悪くないでしょ。
It was all that Okita said and more. I marveled in awe at the countless stars flickering brilliantly. The wind gently rustled the leaves overhead, allowing each brief glimmering sconce to peek through the tiny holes in the trees. Something so simple became a moment that I could cherish for the rest of my life. Thank you for this, Okita. This is what I needed.
どういたしまして。で、なんか水臭い。
What the fuck? Cackled to himself and he looked at me directly in the eye, that bitch.
話してごらん。君はどうしたいの？
I still hadn't settled on a decision, but I took a deep breath to gather my thoughts. I don't blame Kaoru for holding on to those feelings of resentment for as long as he has. He lost everything, his home, his family, and his entire clan for nothing. All because of the selfishness of others. He wants to carve a better future for himself. I'm sure if I were Kaoru, I wouldn't be too far off. Kaoru had attempted to manipulate me at so many opportunities, but now I knew the pain that had resided deeply within him was true. This is some bullshit. This is some, like... no. No, he still deserves to be punished for the fucking choices he made and the response to that shit. Like, I didn't fucking murder our clan. I'm upset about it too, but now you gotta make me suffer just because I don't fucking remember. Because I had trauma and it got repressed. What the fuck? Why are we on his side? This is some bullshit. What is with Japan and just being perfectly fine with this? I know. Again, I fucking hate this game. The story is so bad. Like, everything else is gorgeous and cool. Like, the voice acting is on par, but what the fuck are they trying to, like... I'm not connected to Kaoru. Like, Kaoru, sure, he had shitty stuff happen to him, but, like, he's a manipulative asshole that's tried to, like, torture us. Why are we on his side at all? Yeah. Why is this one of the highest ranked otome games, like, on Steam? Why? I mean, the bar is so fucking low. It doesn't mean that I've forgotten how many times he's crossed me, of course. Yeah, finally we're getting somewhere, maybe. But if... After all, Kaoru is the reason that both Okita and I were suffering the effects of the water of life. At the end of the day, Kaoru is still my brother. No! Fuck that bullshit! The whole thing about fuck, what's the term? The blood of the covenant is stronger than the water of the womb. It's not about your blood. Like, this is some bullshit. No, you don't do that. Shitty family is still shitty. Don't let this shit get you. I was unsure if a time would come where I could forgive him for all that he had done to us. No, you shouldn't. We should not. He made his choices and they were shitty ones. They're still being shitty ones. My mind jumped to the horrific thought of having to endure the rest of my life without Okita. I realized that I too could have become bitter as Kaoru, cursing and hating everything that had the misfortune of entering my line of sight. Yeah, so I said the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. Keeping this in mind, I couldn't quite bring myself to condemn Kaoru entirely. No. No. I hesitated to answer his question. No, the answer is no. It wasn't as though I never considered it an option. Fucking shit. We Furies were unable to live an ordinary life alongside humans. If we were destined to live behind the shadows of mankind, perhaps residing with Kaoru was best. Still, I held on to my reservations. No, more than fucking reservations. Toxic. Don't do the toxic family thing, no. Kaoru is seeking to reclaim some glorious life he has idealized at the expense of many others. That is something I cannot agree with. No, yeah, not just not agree with. Fucking no, vehemently disagree with. So I can maybe convince him to give up on this dream to create this demon-run kingdom. What the fuck? I mean, sure, that's a good side effect, but fuck no, don't. Yeah. He knows it's not good. Well, yeah. Yeah, who do you think you are, Steven Universe? You're a doormat. You can't stick to your shit like Steven Universe does. Okita was right. I had no rebuttal. See, again. Folding like a crepe. I mean, this time I agree with it because it's a shitty argument to stick to, but like... His emotions had festered for so long in Kaoru. His entire life was spent working towards exacting his revenge upon the humans and to rebuild his clan. Entertaining the idea of putting a halt to his vengeful plans would have been out of the question. Like Okita said, I am naive. No shit. During a pause in our conversation, Okita turned back to face the stars.
僕は君の望みを叶えてあげたかったんだ。
Huh?
だからもし君がどうしてもって言うなら少しだけ付き合ってあげようかとも思った。だって君がいてくれなかったら僕はこうして生きてるかどうかもわからないから。
Blah, sap, sap, sap. Okita's eyes thinned, and there was no hint of sarcasm in his voice. He was trying to comfort me. To Okita, it was Kondo for whom he had worked his entire life. And now that Kondo had been taken from him, I was sure Okita had no real objection to dying at any moment now. The fact he was alive right now must mean...
僕は君が望むものを与えてあげたい。
Sap, 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 sap.
欲しいと思ってるものをね。だから、カオルの誘いには絶対に乗っちゃダメだ。
Somehow, the little bitch has a decent point.
人間を根絶やしにして自分たちの王国を築くなんて君は望んでないでしょ。
Okita had a knack for articulating my inner thoughts far better than I ever could.
それとも化け物になっちゃったからって何もかも諦めてずっと暗い闇の中で生きていく。
I was speechless. Okita paid no mind as he continued without waiting for me to answer.
そんな生き方君には似合わないよ。君が良くても僕が絶対に許さない。 世の中にはね、絶対に暗闇へ落ちちゃいけない人っていうのがいるんだ。
Okita. I didn't want to live the rest of my life as a fury. I didn't want to kill any humans. All I had wanted was a life of peace. Okita helped me remember that this was my dream all along. He saw right through me, sensing that I was beginning to slip away because I had drunk the water of life. I didn't really drink it. I kind of had it forced down my throat. So let's not use those words.
落ち水の毒を消す方法さえ分かれば、君も僕も狂気から解放される。君は君のままだ。
Was that so much to ask for, to be free of this curse? When Sanan was still with the Shinsengumi, he had spent years searching for a cure. In the end, he was unsuccessful. Okita knew this, but against all the odds, he put his faith in whatever sliver of hope he had.
それでも、もしも君がすべて諦めて願いを放り出すって言うんなら、
Okita reached his hand to me kindly. The soft touch of his finger gave me goosebumps, and he stared back at me affectionately.
僕が君を殺してあげるよ。
Okay. Yep, we're back here.
君が前に進むことまで諦めるつもりなら、どこにも行けない。
Wow. Yep, this is how we're doing it, huh? At this point, I wasn't sure just how many times Okita had threatened to kill me. Yeah, this is fucking weird. What the fuck? This must have been the first time that I ever said it in such a kind-hearted manner. What the fuck? Knowing those words came from a well-intentioned place made my heart flutter warmly. Fucking shit. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Bitch.
殺されたくないんなら諦めることなんて考えちゃダメだよ。
Yep.
僕だってその後君なしで生きていけるほど強くはないんだ。
Oh yeah, this is very yandere right now.
僕は最後まで諦めない。だから君も僕と一緒に
The cadence of his voice was almost nervous. No, it was Yandere. Fuck. Perhaps Okita had been unsure of what I was feeling, so he gazed deeply into my eyes. Looking at his expression, I wanted to make his wishes come true as well. I won't give up. Fucking shit. My forehead burned hotly as if I were coming down with a fever. What the fuck is it doing? Tears began to stream from my face, but they hadn't come from anything close to resembling sadness. It was all because Okita felt that I was still worth saving and that he wouldn't let me fall into darkness. Like, seriously, I was just clicking like I normally do to move past, and it kept pulling up that shit. I don't know what the difference is. What is it expecting me to do? What am I doing that I'm not just doing? I don't understand this fucking UI. Even if persevering meant that our road ahead would be a difficult one, it was the road we needed. I want to keep going with you, Okita. There was no hope in containing myself anymore, and I grabbed a hold of him madly. Okita embraced me warmly in return. The sweet sensation of his breath tickled my forehead before he whispered into my ear. This is so different from, and he, like, fucking was like, I hate you, and ghosted us at the end of the last half of the game. We're just forgetting that part, right? That we, like, tried to do something cool, like, maybe once or twice, and it gave us the bad ending. Yeah. But now his hands sweetly graze the side of my cheek. This fucking game. As if you were nudging me. I timidly shut my eyes in anticipation. Oh shit! Oh shit! Yep, that never happened. Here we go. Well. Oh damn, we got it. A quiet sign, he put his tender lips against mine in one calm, confident movement. Look at that, we got the good ending. We just had to do the exact same, we had to do the exact right thing. Every single time. Who the fuck knows? I mean, probably crying because he toxically threatened to murder us again. Like a little bitch. I could feel his fingers tremble nervously as if he were touching something so fragile it would crumble at the slightest touch. Yeah! Unlike the actual living demon with the healing factor that I actually am. Okita always had a witty, sarcastic response, opting to let his mouth do the talking, but now... now it was. There were no words from him, and together we basked in this intimate moment. No, his mouth was still doing the talking, just in a different way. He'd been treating me so dearly, which is completely out of left field from every other time we've spoken to him, for the most part. For once in my life, I felt whole, though the thought of which nearly brought my tears. No, nearly. They're right there. They're right there. Look, there's tears. Lips shook slightly, nestled in our passionate kiss. I was sure the same thoughts running through me were running through Okita as well. No, probably not. He was probably thinking of ways to kill you. No couples therapists can help these two, exactly. Ah, fuck. I was thinking about how completely made me feel, and convinced me there was no greater love than ours. Fuck you. Fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Holy shit, oh fucker. Kinda meets tornado. Picture was his future, ours together. Until he dies of tuberculosis. I pined ever so to continue being by his side and would do whatever it takes to keep him, including murdering everyone until he dies of tuberculosis. Who knows? Yeah. And she was like rooting for the fucking doomed Yowie. And follow him until the end of time. Ugh. As his thoughts burned so fiercely inside of me, so too did our kiss intensify, and each breath between our zealous smacking grew even more straight and sensuous. What the fuck? Oh my god. We're just, what the fuck? Ugh. Scammed his enemy has suddenly stepped back from one another. The dot, dot, dot. Their footsteps echoed in the emptiness surrounding us, met with only the pleasant whistle of the night wind. However, the sounds made me feel a tad uneasy, so I searched for words to break the tension, but as soon as I became conscious of his fingers interlocked with mine, my mind went blank. Oh no, Orlando Sock at third base!
ずっとこのままってわけにもいかないんだよね。少し寝た方がいいんだろうけど、目が冴えちゃったな。
Yeah. Okita once again turned to gaze longingly at the glittering stars above, and I followed suit. Yeah, Orlando Sock at third base, you know the hand holding. Tomorrow, I would sever my ties with my twin brother, as well as the man whom I had believed to be my father. Could I really do it? Could I stop them? The fuck? As I heard Okita call my name, my chest felt warm, and I looked at him with wide eyes.
そんな不安な顔しなくてもいいよ。気持ちはもう決まってるでしょ。
Fucking. Well, of course.
君はどう考えてるかわからないけど、僕は戦うのを怖いと思ったことなんて一度もないし、彼らを殺すことへの
Yeah, I'm a sociopath. I had watched Okita's prowess on the battlefield many times before now. He had threatened to bring it on me several times, including in that conversation. Okita was always full of confidence, never letting his hot-headedness get the better of him in a duel. I don't think that's true.
近藤さんが生きてた頃は目的なんて別にいらなかった。新選組の剣として命じられるまま、ただ目の前の敵を切ればよかっただけだから。だからどんな汚い役目だって堂々と胸を張ってこなせたんだ。
Yeah, because you're a sociopath.
でも近藤さんがいなくなった今、
Now I'm just a yandere.
理由はたった一つしかない。
Fucking shit. Then Okita looked down towards me. Fucking shit!
君のためだよ。
I'm just clicking like I normally click to go forward. I'm not doing anything different. Gasp. Who could have known? Bitch.
こういう生き方を選んだのは僕だし、迷いなんてない。後悔もしない。だけど、今までは先を望んだことなんてなかったから。
Well, yeah, because you have tuberculosis. We still need to figure that one out when you get rid of the fucking furiness. Fucking shit. As he muttered those words softly, I couldn't help but be taken aback by his apathetic confession.
別に生き急いでたわけじゃないし。寂し
I
い
mean,
結局今まで僕は先のことなんて何一つ考えてなかったってことだろうね。
Finally seemed to understand the hesitancy behind Okita's treatment of myself. This conflict within myself, this emerging resolve to fight for me, was an entirely new experience for him. So the battle between us and my family is also the battle to determine a future for ourselves, yes? Which means that defeat is not an option. This is the fight for our right to stay together forever. Okita silently nodded.
この僕が未来のために戦うことになるなんて思わなかったけどね。今まで思ってもみなかったことが次々と浮かんでくるんだ。
What do you mean?
例えば、この戦いが終わったら
I mean, yeah.
どこで生きていけばいいんだろうとか。
Oh, he's right. We no longer had a space we could call home. If we were to search for a place to live, could Okita, as a former captain of the Shinsengumi, find a place where he could live reclusively?
そんな顔しなくてもいいじゃない。 君を落ち込ませるために言ったんじゃないんだから。
Stop fucking calling me kid. Stop folding like a crepe.
ね
Hi. Okita paused at first, and I sensed his mind working as I gazed into his beautiful emerald eyes. You know, like Japanese people have. I waited intently for him to continue. But as our eyes connected, suddenly it felt as though time was suspended and my heart pounded furiously. My cheeks became hot from blushing. Within his irises, I saw myself in a flickering twinkle of green.
どうして目をそらしちゃうの？
Fucking shit. Don't be an asshole.
意地悪って言われても、僕はずっと前から
Yeah, but fucking shut the fuck up, bitch. Fucking.
でもまあ、どうせ意地悪って言われるんなら、もう一度君に口づけしてもいい？
Oh, we're going there. What? This remark came from nowhere and I froze. But just what? Okay, Japan.
さっき口づけしたら、もうしちゃいけないの？
Well,
僕が聞きたいのは、君が僕を受け入れてくれるのかくれないのか、それだけなんだけど。ちゃんと答えて。どっち？
Squall Leonhardt style. Did I really have to answer his question? I mean, I've always known Okita to be quite free with the sarcasm, but I said... You know what? Fuck you, I'm gonna be snarking back at you, bitch. Well, I think there's time and place for everything.
時と場合？どんな時ならいいの？
Fuck you, I'm gonna be an asshole right back at you. Well, Okita approached closer to me, and as if my saying yes were a sure deal, and I flinched nervously. I hadn't the faintest clue of how to respond, whereas Okita wore his crooked mark probably. No, we're supposed to have a cool response to it to get him to be all full sister for like a second. Come on. Fuck up. Was that really the right thing? Oh, fucking shit. I was hoping we get to do something snarky. But no. We give him an opportunity to fucking shit. And then we get the wrist treatment. Sudden movement caught me by surprise.
いいから。何も言わないで。
Don't speak, you notice what I'm saying. So please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. His eyes were fervently locked with mine. Fuck. I panicked, attempting to step back and free my hands, but Okita would not let go. Okay, so, we're doing, it's this thing. Panicking, and he's like, nope, you're staying here. Okay. Bitch.
君は本当ならもっと優しくて穏やかな未来を与えてくれる。
Greed. A fucking greed. Fuck. I noticed that Okita's voice seemed to drop, and I became a little unnerved as he continued. His eyes no longer seemed to bear within them their typical earnestness, but rather Okita seemed incensed for a reason I couldn't identify.
僕はね、きっと君を
I mean, probably true. Probably the truest words he's ever spoken.
もし君がいつか僕を選んだことを後悔する日が来たとして
Okay, now we're getting creepy.
手放してはあげられない。
Of course, he's the one who gets creepily possessive. playful demeanor had all but vanished. What had surfaced instead was Okita's confession. He acknowledged his fear of losing my love, but in spite of this fear, he would keep his resolve to fight. When he's the one who fucking left us at the end of the last game, because, like, we made, like, 1 or 2 choices that we thought were cool. This bitch was like, fuck you, I hate you, and fucking left us. And now he's pulling this bullshit. I know the game completely forgets what happened in the last game, but even though it's the same fucking game, I don't know why they broke it into 2, besides to, like, let people who realized they didn't get the exact right things in the exact right order that they needed to still have a good ending. This is... This bitch. The audacity of this bitch. Okay. Milk tickled inside my ear and I could feel mad with hot energy. Oh. Hot energy, TM. Yep. See, like, this would be, like, really romantic and stuff if he wasn't, like, going yandere at this end and he hasn't been fucking toxic in the past. My god. Even if it means putting you in harm's way. Wow. He's a fucking yandere. He's very much a yandere. The drink these sentiments do not come easily to Okita. Ugh. Just as I was going to respond. Okay. Yeah. This could have been so much better if he wasn't a fucking yandere creepy bitch who would call us like a little kid and good girl and shit and fucking and threatened to kill us multiple times in the past, and then the whole thing where he just fucking ghosted us and said he hated us and left and shit and I should have done the Shinpachi route. I should have figured out how to do the Shinpachi route and just gone through it. The himbo probably would have treated us better. Yeah, I won't let you say anything. Okay. Bitch. Okay, yeah, I don't want to say that. What the fuck? Ah! Shit! Fuck! Ow! Ow! Fuck! Shit! Thank you for the raid! Holy fuck, what's going on? Ari! Hello, raiders! Oh my god, you got to the worst possible moment. I was just fucking ranting about this. We're getting to the good ending of this game. The air quotes good ending. Yeah, hi, Carrix. Hi, Empress Bulby. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, this is very much spoilers for this terrible, terrible visual novel that I fucking hate, and I can only play while drunk because I hate the story so much. Yeah, we get to the point where it gets all like, but it's also, this could have been good if he wasn't a fucking yandere bitch who was toxic to us for most of the game. Oh my god. This is, yeah, my god. Our tuberculosis boy is trying to be all cool and shit. Oh my god. Oh no. No, I'm pretty sure that was directed at fucking this asshole skull. Oh my god. kiss was different. I could feel it in the rhythm of his muscles, bitter yet ever so sweet. Oh my fucking god, no. He was toxic to us. He was saying, like, I don't care if I put you in harm's way. I can't let you go if you decide you don't love me anymore. Fuck you, you're staying with me. What is this bullshit? I hate this story so much. Oh my god. Why was this the route we got put on? Oh my god. He's not afraid of fighting and dying. He thought he was expendable. He thought it was just a weapon, and he was toxic to us and said how much he'd kill us however many times if we pissed him off or pissed off Kondo, his doomed yaoi relationship. Oh my god. Even if our adversaries were members of my own family, I could swing a sword without a second thought. We're gonna fucking get through this. I don't want to play this again. We're almost at the end. I'm trying to get through this before the night is over. Because I don't want to have to come back to this. But even so, for those of you who don't have backstory, I played this game on like the PSP or the Vita like back in 2012 or some shit like that, and I rage quit it because I hated the story so much. And I'm like, if I do this again, it'll be on stream, and I will get super drunk and rant about it so everyone can at least get some kind of entertainment out of my suffering. So here we are. Fuck this shit. Oh, this has communicated to me all the subtleties that words cannot quite express. Yes, I have been drinking this entire time. I have had mango orange mead through this entire experience. That and rum punch. That's the only reason I've gotten through any of these streams. Yeah. This game is the epitome of the illusion of choice. In that fucking, like, you find out you're a badass demon lady who has a healing factor, and you're getting, like, taken in by the Shinsengumi, like the fucking swords people in Japan in the Edo period. And they're like, every cool thing you try to do, you're thwarted either by one of the men saying that you probably shouldn't do that, and then you like fold, and you're right, like, yeah, I shouldn't do that, that's a bad idea. Or like, something finds its way to tell you that you shouldn't do the thing or that you can't do the thing, and then you don't do the thing, and the game is like, well, you're not getting the good ending now because you made like one wrong choice by deciding to have a spine. Fucking shit. But yes, it is a mango orange mead called the it's Mandalorian themed. It's called the Mango Orangian. It's by a literal Scandinavian Viking themed meadery over on the East Coast here. It's very good. Called Birminghorn Meadery. It's so good. Okay, I'm gonna get through this. I'm gonna get through this fucking game. Okay. Indulging for a moment, brief as it ever was, the intimacy of each other's lips, there seemed to be something Okita needed answered. Even though he wasn't letting me speak. I wish I thought of alcohol tonight, I know, right? This is the only way. I have to make sure that I have some kind of alcohol on hand to play this game. I would not play this game sober. It would be the saddest thing. So the minute our lips separated, I answered him with a great deal of confidence. I did not mind putting up with anything you might do to me, Okita. What? Oh, this is some 50 Shades of Grey bullshit. This is no. What the fuck? Okita is the fucking 50 Shades of Grey. Oh, why didn't I think of this? Fucking toxic bullshit. No. No, that's a terrible answer. Oh no, time together could be a limited one. Yup. Easy yandere. And we're a fucking bottom that's cool with that kind of weird shit. That may be true. Fuck. Yeah, at least I won't have any regrets no matter what happens, Ramiro. This is so hard. Like, I could voice act the shit up to this point. Now it just, like, hurts. It hurts to try and, like, get the feelings because they make me go, ugh! I'm gonna try to keep up, but it's gonna hurt. Fuck you. You always said you would kill me, right? Now we're even. Fuck this shit. We're not even. We're not even. I could have stroked my hair tenderly, staring back into my eyes longingly as if this were a fond farewell, even though we're going to the same place. Perhaps the thought of our separation had hit him, and he had taken it to heart in this moment, that fucking yandere asshole. Let's get some sleep soon. We'll need all the rest we can get to prepare for tomorrow. Let's fucking finish this game. He lied upon the ground, Okita spooned me, wrapping his arms under mine, nestling into my neck. Even if whatever happened tomorrow proved to be a conclusive end, it was no guarantee of a bright future. One day more, another day, another destiny. Okay. However, even keeping this in mind, Okita and I were supporting each other through and through, and we were heading for my village. By the way, anyone around? What was our... Oh, this was Eden night, huh? I hope Eden went well. Even in the face of death or any hardships conjured under the vengeful eye of my brother, as long as Okita was beside me, I'm not afraid of anything. That's not... The unwavering resolve made me stronger. The very next evening, we had finally arrived at the village of my origin, the village of the Yukimura. Within it were the people who had been awaiting my return for quite some time. Oh my god, we finally get to see our dad not dad again. Father. A wave of nostalgia washed over me from seeing my father for the first time in 5 years. However, I was no longer the clueless girl I used to be, and I hadn't found myself rushing up to him happily. Ah! Oh, fuck! Oh, shit! Fuck! Ah! Hi, Seer! Thank you for the raid! Hi, raiders! I assume this is also Eden's last night. Hopefully things went well. How are y'all doing? Welcome in. I'm sorry you have to deal with the last little bit of this terrible fucking Otome game that I've been playing drunk for a while. I'm getting through with it tonight. I'm getting it over with. We're almost at the end. I'm gonna be done with this damn game. I hate it so much. It's so icky. I hate the story so much. This is for your entertainment, I swear. But yes, we're at the end here, so this is me ranting about how much I hate this game. But we're almost to the end, we're gonna get through it. But I hope you all had a lovely night with Seer. We all love Seer in this house. We love Seer and Ari. Thank you very much for the raids. I hope you all had a wonderful night and you continue to with whatever you intend to do. But yes, this is Hakuoki Edo Blossoms, the last part of the Hakuoki games, which has great music, great voice acting, great visuals, but the story has made me so fucking angry that I've had to drink to get through it. But yes, we're almost to the end and I'm gonna get through it, damn it. So let's go, let's go. And first thing we have to do is say ... Yes, we are Cheese Yukimura. And now they're all upsetty spaghetti.
再びこの日の元の支配者となる日が来たのだね。
Damn, they're trying to take over the world with demons.
共に新たな鬼の王国を作り上げよう。
My God. Father. Something in Father's words rang eerily to me. It sounded as though he was more excited by the prospect of usurping power rather than their initial proposition of rebuild the Yukimura clan.
青色が良くないようだが。
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's...
まさかお前血を絶っているのではないだろうね。
You knew that I got fucking infected by this bullshit? What?
分かっているだろうが、お前の体はすでに落ち水によって作り変えられてしまっている。
What the fuck is...
血を飲まなくてはたちまち正気を失ってしまうよ。
Fuck you! You did this to me! Father took a tone that reminded me of when he would admonish me as a child. I couldn't let myself dwell on the nostalgia because there was something nefarious afoot in his behavior. What nostalgia? Why are you getting nostalgia out of this? This is so bad.
何をためらってるんだろうね。せっかくだから起きたを殺して血を吸えばよかったのに。
Fuck you, brother. Fuck this weird fucked up family.
そうだな。そうするべきだ。羅刹などいくらで
You're
も
perfectly fine making them? After Okita listened to them speak, he began to bark with laughter before turning to ask something of me.
どうしようか。
I want to, like, flip them off and punch them, but that's not what I'm gonna do. Because this game won't let me.
君のためなら僕の命くらいあげてもいいんだけど。
I will not give up. Not until the very end. I made a vow to you, remember? True. We were either going to break the curse of the water of life together or not at all. Losing Okita more than any mere serum could would undo my sanity and give me no reason to live. Damn, they're so fucking codependent now.
こんな馬鹿げた提案に乗るような女の子。
Yandere. Which is funny coming from me, how much we flip-flopped in this goddamn game.
まさか。
Kaoru glared back at me with cold eyes, refusing to speak lest he unleash his anger. If I were to guess, he was anticipating my answer even before I had said it aloud. I confidently faced him and father and stood tall. I cannot join the two of you. Kaoru let out a deep sigh.
お前は血を分けた兄も故郷も。
To be fair, you tried to make me suffer and kill me on multiple occasions. Fuck you, Kaoru.
そこまでして男を選ぶなんて。
You're well, I mean, he's a bitch. You're also a bitch. So I guess it just runs in the family. Don't fucking flop.
起きたなんてただの人間じゃないか。
You can't see this, Kaoru, but I'm doing it as hard as I can.
しかも病で近いうちにくたばる上、落ち水のせいで狂い始めてる。
Fucking bullshit. Kaoru, don't you dare speak ill of Okita. He's my little bitch. Even though I can't stand this game. But he's better than you. I couldn't stand to stay silent as Kaoru shamelessly slandered Okita in front of me. There was a slight hesitation before saying this aloud before Father and Kaoru, but... He's got more balls than you, true. I love Okita. That does not mean that either of you mean nothing to me. No, they should. They should at this point. But Okita's a special place in my heart. He treats me like shit, but he also will fight for me. You just want to make me suffer. If I were to commit to this relationship, then it meant I needed to separate myself from my family. I want to spend my life with Okita. I have no desire for an army of furies or a demon kingdom. I have no desire to carve a life that comes at the expense of hurting others. Yes, because you're fucking assholes about it. Wah! But you're not seeking it against just them. Stop being a whiny little bitch. Nope, don't fold. Don't fucking fold. Don't give him this shit. If only if Howard had found someone who mattered to him like Okita mattered to me. This is all I could think of to soothe this rage. But like all things, I suppose this was only a naive wish, yeah. Even so, there was no way to convince myself that Kaoru was just in his reasoning. Kaoru, of course, continued his tirade. It seemed as though we became the targets of Kaoru's ire. No fucking shit! That's how it's been from the beginning. Even though the same blood flowed through our veins, Kaoru and I shared no common goal or thread in life. Yeah. Yeah, I know. You've been trying to make me suffer since the beginning. You said so. Fucking bitch. I know, but that's why we... Stop calling me a kid. Why you gotta do this? Why are you infantilizing me in front when I'm trying to make a stand? Unless, like, if you're talking to Kaoru, I don't fucking know. Then our two groups leapt back to make ground. Father, please, wake up. What gives you the right to kill so needlessly just to create a world for demons? Even though our clan was destroyed by humans, we had no right to claim to something more than anyone else in this country. Deep down, I knew Father believed this as well. Father, you're a doctor. You spent your life helping countless others. Don't you remember how many patients you treated in Edo? All those times they thanked you? I knew Father could not attribute the evils committed against our people to every human. So as long as he could learn to forgive, then he could continue to live in the company of humans. I know that humans and demons can still coexist peacefully. Just like how we used to live peacefully in Edo. Oh, now he's folding like a prig. I see where we get it from. I see. This is like this is the nurture. This is the nurture versus nature shit. I saw Father's eyes flicker. There was still goodness inside of him. Hey, thanks for being here, Born. Have a good night. Rest well. I'll try. So what? If you keep this up, all you're doing is perpetuating the same cycle of violence. If and only if we were to wipe out all of the humans from this country using the Furies, any humans who survive will come to resent us. Kaoru, do you want to create more orphans like us? Bitch. Fucking hell. I want to punch him so bad. Kaoru took something out of his pocket. It was... The moment I saw him pull out a glass vial, I felt something shudder from deep within my soul. Oh, here he goes. Kaoru! Kaoru merely grinned maliciously before opening the vial and gulping its contents in one deep sip. This is probably the new version that's better. Yeah, where we go. He clutched madly at his throat. Suddenly his hair turned white, and from his scalp I watched a thick horn raise itself. Apparently two. Why? Why? Why would you drink the water of life?
鬼の肉体を強化するにはどれくらいの数が必要になるか確かめるのは簡単だったらしいよ。可愛い妹が小さ
Stop calling me cute sister. That's so weird. What? Kaoru willingly drank the water of life just to obtain more power? Was that it? How could he be so unaware of the path to which he was now fully committed?
起きたが弱くないことは俺だってよく知ってるからさ。だからってここで負けるわけにはいかない。
I know, right?
こんなところで殺されたら今までの俺の人生が本当に無意味になるからな。
Kaoru clasped his hand around his katana's hilt, drawing it in one swift movement. In return, Okita unsheathed his gift from Kondo.
よくわかるよその気持ち。もし負けたら僕を捨てた姉上、そして僕を虐げた兄弟子たちや僕を憐れんで見下した奴らを喜ばせるだけだ。僕も近藤さんに会うまではずっとそうやって生きてきたから。だからこそ彼女に同じ思いをさせるわけにはいかない。僕はこの子と生きなくちゃいけない。だから絶対に負けられない。それ
Bitch! Yep. I fluttered at the sound of Okita's dedication played repeatedly in my head. It was a sentiment that I shared with him. Now, am I gonna do anything to help him? That would be nice.
バカじゃないのか。
Yep, there they go, crazy. Kaoru growled angrily, throwing himself at Okita. Each clash of their blades produced bright sparks. Becoming a fury must have increased his strength to an unfathomable degree. Both the speed and the force of his strikes came with an increased velocity, and Kaoru swung madly at Okita. Okita, however, was able to dodge each of Kaoru's advances with ease, and he put distance between them.
たとえ俺に勝ったところでお前なんてすぐにくたばるよ。ラセスの力は寿命を削るって知ってるだろう。
Duh.
ただでさえ老害で残り少ない寿命があとどれくらい残ってるんだろうな。
Yet again, Kaoru flailed his blade wantonly, hoping to gravely wound Okita. But Okita evaded all of his strikes, because he's a fucking Shinsengumi with a lot of time and, like, effort into it, and, like, Kaoru relies on demon strength, apparently.
知ってるよ。だけど残り少ない命ならなおさら君に渡すわけにはいかない。
The electrifying rhythm of their fiercely contested battle made it difficult to keep up. Tension made the air thick with rotten despair.
決めさせてもらう。死に損ないにこれ以上時間を取られるわけにはいかないからな。
望むところだよ。
That's a decent line, I'll give it that. Both of them kicked the ground at the same time. Ooh, sparkly. In the space of a flash, each combatant struck the other. Okito was struck in his bicep and blood flowed freely from the wound, spilling onto the ground below. Hi, Bex, because I fucking hate this game and we're almost done with it, so I'm just getting through it and just ranting about how the bitch-ass Viandaries are doing. How are you doing? This did a little to stop Okita, however, and he returned the favor by slicing the middle of Kaoru's abdomen. Ah, bonked. How dare you. Kaoru's body was scarred by Okita's well-aimed strike, a strange and disconcerting sight indeed. on her way to bed. Fair. I'm gonna get fucking done with this game so I don't have to play it anymore. I'm almost done. As we had expected, this fight was life or death. Rather than waiting for their injuries to heal, both men exuded a fiery resolve to see their opponents hacked into pieces until he no longer resembled anything human. Eventually,
勝負があったみたいだな。
Kaoru looked incapable of fighting Kaoru looked capable of fighting if just a bit more, but Okita appeared to have exhausted every last bit of energy he had left, as he could barely stand.
それじゃあな、起きた。せめて最後は楽にあの世へ送ってやる。
Yanderis! Then Kaoru raised his bloody sword when... Kaoru, don't! I refused to stay quiet and I screamed out to Kaoru in hopes of stopping him. There's no more need to fight! Do you plan on doing this forever? Neither Okita nor I want to kill you. All we want is to cease the senseless fighting and to find a cure for the water of life.
うるさい、黙れよ。それとも起きたより先に死にたいのか。
After shrieking at me, Kaoru began to charge towards me. I had to find a way out of his path. His fury-enhanced speed was beyond comprehension, and I had no chance to escape.
待て、カオル。
Okita tried hopelessly to run right behind Kaoru, but by then Kaoru was practically arm's length from me. Then, Dad gets in the way, yep. Decided to embrace the thought of death, the body had flung itself frantically in front of me. Yep. Well, he came around at least. A very familiar voice screamed right within earshot. Father! Father, the man who had raised me since I was a young girl, sacrificed his body, which was punctured brutally by Kaoru's sword. Father, you protected me. He said nothing. All he offered in response was the same stern expression I'd seen and known my entire life.
この邪魔をしやがって。
Kaoru, on the other hand, seemed merely inconvenienced as he kicked his foot against Father's body to extract his sword. As Father's body slowly descended towards the ground, I reached my arms to keep him upright. And then...
救いようがないやつっていうのも世の中にはいるんだね。憎んだ相手はいくらでもいたけど、ここまで嫌いになったのは君が初めてだよ。
That's saying something. In the very next moment... Omae wa mou shindeiru. Okita drove his blade directly into Kaoru's heart with ruthless conviction. With that, Kaoru's body dropped to the cold ground. His eyes were empty and his limbs sprawled across the dirt. He looked incapable of standing.
救いようがないやつか。別に構わないさ。俺は生まれてこの方。救われたい。
You bitch, just shut up. Kaoru gazed lifelessly into the distance, letting out a pained exhale. Then quietly he shut his eyes, for his life was over. Asshole. Although I believed I had been prepared to see this, watching it unfold before my very eyes was far more difficult than I could bear to stomach. Sorrow found its place inside my heart, as if a piece of me had died alongside Kaoru. At the end, we were unable to come together. If only I could have known more about him. Nope, fuck that shit. This regret would come to haunt me, and I imagined, and I gritted my teeth as the reality took shape in my mind. Nope, fuck that shit. Luckily, I had Okita to comfort me. Ooh! What the fuck? That was a sound effect. Huh. Okita called out to me, and I turned around.
そこにいるのか。
Father, whose skin was pale as a porcelain doll, also called out to me.
答えてあげなよ。
My fear was that as soon as I would speak, I would begin to cry uncontrollably, but... Fuck. Somehow I fought back the tide of tears, and I answered him. Yes, Father, I am here. Father's brows widened in relief.
すまんな。こんなに近くにいるのに、お前の顔が見えん。
Dot, dot, dot. Without saying anything, I took hold of Father's hand. It was icy to the touch. He must have lost a significant amount of blood by now. His condition was critical enough that even if he were to receive medical attention, it would be too late.
お前に伝えねばならんことがある。
Father, you're only going to tire yourself. Please, you don't need to strain yourself by talking.
いや、この体ではもう助からん。そんなことよりも、この地の清き水は落ち水を薄めることができる。
What?
その力を使えば、落ち水の毒をも浄化できるやもしれん。
With his very last bit of strength, he gave us the solution for which we had been searching all along.
前の父親らしい行いが最後にできただろうか。
Father. Blood may have been thicker than water, but there was a bond between us that was unbreakable all the same. No, again, that fucking phrase is reversed. Fuck, like... Again, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. It's the complete opposite meaning. When I was still a young girl, I had memories of my kind father carrying me on his back as we sped down the mountain trail. You'll always be my father, no matter what, even if not by blood. This is a promise. You are the only father I ever had, the only man I am honored to give that distinction. Hearing my promise, Father smiled faintly. He drew one last breath, seemingly at peace. I braced myself to accept the loss of these men, but I did nothing to stifle my grief. Could anything? Kaoru, my strange twin brother who died before either of us could get to know the other. No, I think we understood him enough. He's a fucking bitch. An asshole who liked to manipulate and hurt people. Father who always seemed to wish for the best for me, even until his dying breath, even though he was making an army to fucking... genocide. These lamentable thoughts whirled tirelessly. Both of them were surely men that would impact my life for as long as I live. My promise to them, if I could, would be to preserve their memory. I will not let them go forgotten. I could let Kaoru go forgotten. Then Okita softly put his hand on my shoulder. He tenderly ran his fingers along the length of my scalp before patting me like he would a child. Why? Why? No, stop with all this fucking child imagery. No shit. Fuck you. You little bitch. Bitch. The next moment, Okita wrapped his arms around my fragile frame, embracing me lightly. His body served as conduit, though with my inner frustrations which were channeled and brought to the surface. Okita! Okita! Despite my relief in seeing Okita safe, having it come at the expense of my family gave me heartache. Would I ever be able to shake this remorse? In spite of my best efforts, I started bawling madly. And if this game actually, made me feel something besides anger, I would probably be easily crying too at this point. But no, the story is so full of fucking terrible shit that I have nothing but rage, seething hatred for this game. Stop calling me a fucking kid! My god! No shit! Yuri Yandere, it's expected. His method of comforting me was what one would likely expect when speaking with a child. Fucking bullshit. Ew. You still know how to tell me what I needed to hear most. Nope. The fact alone that he wouldn't hold back the truth from me made my love for him burn even hotter, and my tears streamed without restraint. No fucking. Please tell me it's almost over. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, was that it? What? Do we get like an after scene? I'm afraid to touch this. Okay, we get like a thing of all the fucking pictures, I guess. And a song. Oh, okay. Inochi no koi uta. Life's voice song? Koi. That could be a few things. It's koi, not koi. Koi is like the fish, or it's probably something else. Let's see if there's anything at the end, because like that was an ending, I guess. Maybe. The good ending was murdering my family, even though like they're shitty. I mean, I guess that's good. At least someone I hate dies. We just get to see all the images one after the other again. Do we get anything? Anything? Literally, that was it. We don't know what happened. It's just, I mean, he probably died of tuberculosis. That's literally it. That's fucking it. Wow. This fucking game. That was the good ending. Oh, wait. Oh? Do we have a... Okay, we actually do have an after thing. Okay. It's probably not going to be much better, but still. The sky sparked clearly, and beside us there was a stream of pure water. As we found ourselves surrounded by a lush meadow and thick trees, our bodies began to feel a change. By the time the crescent moon had risen alongside a sea of stars, we could finally lay our heads at rest. And for once in a long while, we woke to a bright morning. Our lives were no longer constricted by our murderous thirst for blood, and we regained the peaceful lives for which we had pined for so long. I don't know if he ever pined for that. Like, he thought he was a weapon. He would not have done well in a peaceful time for a long time. Thankfully, we were still blessed with some of the light from the heightened features that come with drinking the serum. Of course, there were things that hadn't changed at all. We were still us. Okita hadn't fully recovered from his tuberculosis, no shit. The illness still ate away at his body. But even so, I took solace that I could spend a day as delightful as today was with him. Before he dies of tuberculosis. Sure is beautiful, isn't it? I squinted as I turned my eyes toward the sunlight, and Okita let out a small chuckle. Is that true? Yep. Sunlight, which had previously served as a painful curse to Furies, no longer burned our skin. All that changed is our aptitude for naps. Okay. So it became customary for us to fall asleep, soaking in the tender warmth of the summer sun. Feeling safe and snug beside Okita's comforting presence was a dreamlike kind of bliss. Where are they getting food and shit? And I don't know. What are they doing? Where do they even get those outfits? Naturally, I couldn't help but yawn. Hokuto, of course, laughed at the sight.
寝ちゃダメだよ。僕はまだ眠くないから。
I'm tired already.
君が寝ちゃったら退屈だし。もう少し僕の相手をしてよ。
Okay. Needy little bitch. I rubbed my aching eyelids softly.
好きだよ。
Yeah, we don't even get an ice deru. Oh, we get like skidayo. We get like the lowest low of saying that I love you. Eh?
君のことが好きだよ。誰とも比べられないぐらい。
Oh my god. He's so bad at this. I mean, he's not a poet, so. Okuto reached out to grab me in a tight hug and he muttered this softly into my ear. As the sensation of his breath tickled my earlobe, suddenly I felt my cheeks flush hotly. That's not fair.
ずるいって何が？僕は自分の気持ちを正直に言っただけだけど。
His fondness for poking fun at me was something he'd likely never let go of for as long as we were together. Mattaku. At first my expression was pouty, but I couldn't keep from bursting into laughter. Perhaps it was because for once we could savor this moment without worry.
君が僕のこと好き？
His question was hushed, as if he were telling me an intimate secret, and then he gazed deeply into my eyes. Well, I guess so, you little bitch.
ああいいじゃなくて、君の気持ちをちゃんと言葉で聞かせて。
Needy, needy, needy. Okuto was grinning impishly, but I took it to mean he was eager to hear my words of affection. Every time he asked me for my feelings, he demanded an immediate answer, like a whiny little bitch. He valued my opinion and he craved my validation. Okay. Yep, there's some yandere still going on there. Knowing this to be the case, I felt compelled to give him an honest of an answer as I could. Ski soji more than anything. Oh my god. More than cheeseburgers. I saw Okuto's face beam with excitement. Watching his cheeks puff happily made me blush harder.
ありがとう。
He wrapped his long, slender fingers around mine. However, he was grasping it more tightly than usual, leading me to wonder. Oh yeah, we're calling him Soji now. Soji.
忘れないで。僕はいつだって君の幸せを願ってる。
Sure. His words were like honey, soft and gooey, but sweet all the same.
君が寂しくないよ。僕はできる限りのことをするから。だから
Until you die of tuberculosis. Inch closer to him, anxious about letting any amount of space between us go unfilled. Okuto seemed a tad nervous about our future. Yeah, because he's gonna die of tuberculosis. I too was nervous about what the future could hold for the two of us, besides tuberculosis. I'm going to be okay. I held his hand delicately in mine. You complete me, Soji. Because of him, everything that had happened these past years was worth it. I was able to fall in love. Giving me a joy I never knew existed. I don't think I'd feel lonely if I tried. His sad, emotional eyes thinned and he squeezed a smirk from his lips. After a moment, he wrapped his arms, pulling me in closer to his large, muscular frame.
君のことが心から愛おしい。
Again, Itoshi? That's a little different. Spoke as if uttering a vow.
だから信じて。たとえいつか離れる時が来ても、僕の心は
You can probably pull it from my chest after I cough up my lungs. Several eyes twinkled as he smiled. Then he shut his eyes. His embrace loosened, if only slightly, and he let out a small sigh. Soji. At first, no answer. I suppose he'd spent enough energy making his feelings for me known, and he dozed off. Or perhaps the sun's warmth made a nap quite the proposition. You just said you weren't tired. I giggled to myself. What was I going to do with him? I put my lips right beside his ear. Feel the same way about you, too. Whatever he had been dreaming must have been a pleasant one. His lips curled into a smile. Even if one day they tear me away from you. You know, I think they is, you know, coughing up your lungs so you die because tuberculosis. I mouthed his words slowly, letting him seep into my heart. Heart belongs to you, eternity. You know, when you're dead of tuberculosis. May this warmth live forever until he dies of tuberculosis. May his arms forever find comfort in my embrace until he dies of tuberculosis. I whispered these prayers softly to myself and I shut my eyes in concentration. If he were to wake up, I'm sure that this time he would hear it. I'll say it over and over so he'll never doubt my words of love until he dies of tuberculosis. Good night, Soji. Don't die of tuberculosis just yet. I mean, maybe, but... So until then, sleep well, my love. Until you die of tuberculosis. Yeah, apparently there's lizards now. And it's fucking over! Oh my god! Get this fucking shit off of my screen. Hold on, I need to... Okay, I'm gonna make sure it's just completely done. Everything... Get inside the fan! The cough of the Shinsengumi. We did it. We got the achievement for finishing a fucking route. The cough of the Shinsengumi. Fucking go! We're getting the fuck out of here. I'm turning this off. Let me turn this off. Exit. Let me go to fucking chatting, because... Oh my god, chat. We survived. That was some bullshit. Oh my god. Let me get this off. Ugh. I needed more alcohol than I had. And I had a whole bottle of fucking mead. We did it though. My suffering is over until the next thing that makes me suffer. Survived barely. I still ranted. I hate this fucking game. Now you understand why. Thank you. Oh god. Oh, I see. You must treat me like a child like Soji does now. Oh god. I'm gonna finish this fucking wall. We did it. Peanut butter whiskey. Oh my god. I'm sorry, that to me sounds terrible. That's just because I'm not a fan of peanut butter. I'm not a fan of like straight whiskey. So it's just on me. I can't handle either of those things. But if it got you through this, all the better. Good. Because holy shit, that was something. I mean, yes. Most probably yes. But at least Jack will not like... Sig doesn't treat Kisei like a child. And, like, go full... Like, he's not a yandere. Like, he could be. But not in the same way. He's the protector without going full yandere and not treating her like a fucking child. And he's never been toxic to her. So, that's something, like, you know, you recognize the toxic bullshit when you know, like, people that aren't toxic and know how to play not toxic. Holy shit. We made it. We got through. Hakuoki. It only took me 13 years to finish a run. And we technically didn't. I guess we did, but like we didn't get what would have gotten us to that point in the first game because we got the angry route because I didn't follow the fucking strategy guide. Yeah. Yeah. Have a good one, Skull. We'll see if Sig and Kisei are in tomorrow because like honeymoon. So we may take a night off. We'll see how it goes. I don't have any backup characters to go in. Yet, so we'll see. But yeah, that'll probably be like a last second, like, do we feel like it? Are we good? We'll see. So yeah, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for the raids tonight. I hope those of you that stuck around didn't mind me ranting at the end of a game that you probably have no idea what the fuck was going on, besides my being angry. But yeah, that'll be it for tonight. I'm gonna fucking rest and get some water so I don't get a hangover after being angry and drunk. Yeah. Let me see who I can send you all to. Hopefully somebody's still going tonight. You're gonna let me see. Who do we got? I know most people ended because of things. I can't stop it from going to the ads at the last second. That's dumb. I mean, I guess Kirby's doing some Elder Scrolls Oblivion. I'll send you over to Kirby then. Kirby Night is super cool. Raid the fridge for me. Need a good game after this? Yes. Who knows? Maybe I'll start a new thing of Fields of Mystery. I just have something like nice and cute and actually a decent game. Or I'll find a better visual novel. But yeah, I appreciate you all being here. Oh yeah, right. Okay, Sakura for Love. Okay, I'll make a note of that. Yeah. I'll be back tomorrow for most probably at least a little bit of Wardens. See how it goes. Finally get in some Wardens after a while. Yeah. So until next time, you all stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourselves, and take care of each other. Good night!
Asexual polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud